Good morning. Members will please come to the floor and take your seats. Rules has run a little long this morning. I want to give them an opportunity to be here. It's a special day at the Capitol today. Law Enforcement Day and Alzheimer's Day. I hope you have your purple on. It's not even close, Houston. Well, good morning. The hour for convening having arrived. All members will please come into the chamber and take your seats. Mr. Clerk, will you please ring the bell? Members of the Rules Committee, you need to be making your way to the chamber. But members, we're going to delay the vote this morning that you're of attendance, that you're here. Our morning roll call vote to give an opportunity for all of our members that are on Rules Committee to make their way to the chamber. Doorkeepers, will you please close the doors? Doorkeepers, will you please close the doors and keep them closed? Members, will you please take your seats? Doorkeepers, if you'll please close the doors. As is our custom, we will begin our day with scripture reading and prayer by the chaplain, after which we will pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. Our chaplain today will be introduced by the lady from the 173rd House District, Chair Lady Darlene Taylor. Representative Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, I am delighted today to introduce this guest chaplain for today. He's a wonderful man. His name is Michael Lovejoy. And not only is he a wonderful community leader, he is a football coach. And he's here today with our team that won a state championship. So he has such an effect on the people of our community and the young lives that he is transforming and helping to grow into fine young men. He loves the Lord, he loves his community, and he loves the young people. I now give you, and please give a warm welcome to Michael Lovejoy.
Yes, sir. It's all yours. Good morning. To Speaker Burns and Representative Taylor, thank you for the introduction. To all who make up this collective today, it is indeed an honor and a privilege to be able to share with you on today. I won't spend much time in my salutations because I've been reminded that I should exercise brevity. So I'll move on and just share what I have with you for on today. Our scripture of meditation will come from the book of Psalms, Psalms 72, verses 1 through 6. And in that psalm, you will find these words: "Give your love of justice to the king, O God, and righteousness to the king's son. Help him judge your people in the right way. Let the poor always be treated fairly. May the mountains yield prosperity for all, and may the hills be fruitful. Help him to defend the poor, to rescue the children of the needy, and to crush their oppressors. May they fear you as long as the sun shines, as long as the moon remains in the sky, yes, forever. May the king's rule be refreshing like rain on a freshly cut grass, like the showers that water the earth." In this particular psalm, it is unique in that it is ascribed to King Solomon. And while Solomon was attributed to have spoken 3,000 proverbs and composed 105 songs, yet only 2 psalms were ascribed to his name. And in this particular palace poetry, Solomon proposes a prayer. It is a prayer seeking guidance for good government. His requests and recitation reveal to us that good government is godly government. And in this particular passage of scripture, he reminds us of what godly government entails. He gives reference first to his position. And in his position, he sees himself not so much as sovereign as he does a servant. And even as we are here and gathered with this great body, as I heard Speaker Burns say that today is also Law Enforcement Day, that Scripture teaches us that there is no greater position than that of a servant. For Jesus said, "Let him who desires to be great among you desire to be a servant." So in your position, we thank you for your service. And not only does he speak of his position, but he also speaks of a power. And it is a power that has the ability to empower. We saw that, as Representative Taylor said about our football team this year, that through good leadership, you have the ability to empower. And through your service and your position, there's a power that allows you to be the voice for the voiceless, a power that enables you to be hope for the hopeless, a power to provide strength for those who may struggle. I thought about this as I was entering to the city on last night, as I was in the vicinity of Hartsfield Jackson. I saw a plane descending as I was supposed to the runway. And as I thought, I began to reflect, and I was reminded that on that plane there were people from all walks of life. Not only were there people from all walks of life, but there were some who purchased a first-class seat. There were some who may have purchased coach and economy seats. But because of those who were flying the plane, no matter where they were seated and what type of ticket they purchased, they all arrived at the destination at the same time. And they arrived because there was somebody who was able to guide and to lead them there safely. There was a pilot and a co-pilot. The Bible speaks of, in the multitude of counsel, there is safety. They were able to reach their destination safely because of guidance. And not only did those pilots rely on their skill, but there was someone who was in the tower that was directing their steps and directing them and ensuring a safe landing. And I want to tell you that in your service, there is someone in the tower who says that if you lack wisdom, all you have to do is ask. And that if you seek God's wisdom, he'll grant it to you, he said liberally. And so I think that in this great state of Georgia that we are represented by great leadership, great guidance, a power. And then also he talks about a prosperity, because he said that when there is those who embrace the idea of servanthood, that there is prosperity for all people, that there is a righteous rule that translates to peace and prosperity to all people. And then lastly, he mentions and says that because of this power and because of the position, that there is also the thought of perpetuity. Because where we are guided and we're governed by time, and all those who are in this chamber and a part of this great body, we are led to impact lives and to make decisions that not only will mark this fiscal year, but he says that it will go beyond that which is fiscal and go into forever. So again, we thank you for your service. We thank you for the ability to empower. We thank you for all that you have been given in this great task of leading this great state of Georgia. Now, if you will, I would ask that you would stand with us in a word of prayer. Father, we come today in the humbleness of our humanity, and it is in this humbleness that we honor and acknowledge you. We honor you as the source of all wisdom and truth. It is our prayer that you would so empower this assembly that they may be just in their judgments and righteous in their rulings. Through that justice and righteousness, let peace and prosperity precipitate upon the people as the refreshing rains do so to replenish your creation. Father, I pray that you would let them take concern and consider the cause of the poor. I pray that their decisions and their discussions be embodied with empathy, an empathy that makes us love our neighbor as we love ourselves, an empathy that will lead us to a love in a way that we would do unto others as we would have others do unto us, an empathy that will allow each member of this assembly to operate in a true spirit of wisdom, justice, and moderation, that in the end of our journeys, we may hear that satisfactory salutation, servant, well done. In thy most holy and divine name, we do pray. Amen. If you will, join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Doorkeepers, you may unlock the doors and allow members to come in. Thank you, Pastor Lovejoy, Coach. We appreciate you making that long journey here from South Georgia. Thank you for your words of inspiration this morning, and we most definitely appreciate it. And thanks again for being here. Members, you may greet Pastor Lovejoy in the South Ante Room and express your appreciation for him being here with us today. Members, if you come to the floor, we'll have the morning roll call. Mr. Clerk, will you ring the bell so members will know where we are? Okay, members, if you'll come to the floor, we have a couple of special recognitions we'll do first thing, and then we'll move on. But at this time, we're going to have the morning roll call. All members present will please vote green to signify their presence in the chamber. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Mr. Whip Park. Have all members voted their presence in the chamber? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? Members will please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. Cease conversation. Today is a number of really important happenings in the House and in this Capitol. Today is Alzheimer's Day, and I appreciate each and every one of you that wore your purple today, as this House has continued to be great supporters of Alzheimer's research. We appreciate what this House has supported over the years. It is also another pretty important day for the people of this state. It's Law Enforcement Day at the Capitol. And I know you noticed them when you came in, a lot of blue and gray, a lot of beautiful uniforms. What can I say? Thank you all for being here. You know, this House has always stood strong, supporting the heroes of different state agencies in whatever capacity they serve that keep us safe, keep our families safe, letting us enjoy the quality of life that we enjoy here in Georgia. They're heroes that the men and women of our law enforcement agencies that every day go out and do their jobs to support us, sometimes without thanks. So we wanted to make sure today that we recognize them as they are around this Capitol, but also wanted to make sure they came in here to let them know just how important they are to us, this Georgia House of Representatives, this family, to y'all's family and law enforcement and the fraternity that y'all represent. I'm not going to introduce them all. I'm going to introduce a couple of them. One of them has a special place in this house because his father serves in this house. Colonel Billy Hitchens, if you'll stand, let's give him a round of applause. Colonel Hitchens is actually Bill Hitchens III. You all know of the service of his father to this state in so many different capacities, and now as a member of this House. But I can tell you from personal firsthand knowledge, Colonel Hitchens, also recognized as Commissioner of Public Safety. But I can tell you he wears that blue and gray mighty proudly. He has received numerous awards during his years of service, but let me tell you one that's very noteworthy. He was there with his father when the Olympics were here in Atlanta. If I may, Billy. Billy received the Meritorious Service Award for his actions during the bombing that occurred in Olympic Park, as did his father. Billy and his wife, Angie, both reside in Statesboro in Bullitt County. Both of them grew up, they were born and reared in Effingham County, our home county, and we are very much appreciative of his success and his leadership as he leads, I know, one of the finest, if not, no, the finest law enforcement agency in this United States, and I think around the world, our Georgia State Patrol. Now, Colonel Hitchens, Commissioner, graduated from the 69th Trooper School a couple of years ago. But I wanted you to realize this is about leadership, but it's also about where the rubber meets the road, on those that keep us safe. So I want to introduce you to someone else. Trooper Cole Spires, office number 414. Trooper Spires graduated from the 108th Trooper School, and he's assigned to the post down in Dublin. So he helps protect Georgians on the big 4-lane highways, the highways and byways of Georgia. This is leadership from the top and leadership that gets the job done every day around our state. We appreciate your service, Trooper, and what you do, and all of the men and women that serve in the state agencies. You see here, DNR, Georgia State Patrol, the Motor Carriers Division. Thank you for what you do, and thank you to the sheriffs and the local law enforcement agencies in our communities around this state who put your lives on the line every day for us. So with that, I'm going to ask you all to stand. And as y'all all know, it's been a very difficult time for the Georgia State Patrol and that fraternity, that family, with the loss of 2 troopers in the last couple of weeks. We want to send our condolences, our prayers to their colleagues, but especially the family of Trooper Chase Redner, who tragically lost his life this week in service to us. If you will, join me in a moment of silence for Chase, a life well lived, and for his family and his colleagues. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we just give you thanks for these men and women that risked their lives to protect us. Lord, we thank you for Trooper Redner, his commitment to his fellow man, to his neighbor. We ask that you be with his family, console them, Lord, in these days and the days that come, but always help us to remember and appreciate his service to all of us and to our state. Amen. One more round of applause, and I know these gentlemen and ladies would get back to doing what they came here today for, is to celebrate Law Enforcement Day at the Capitol. So let's give them a round of applause, and we'll ask y'all to be dismissed. We also have Commissioner Walter Rayburn. I just saw Walter, and for his officers who keep us safe as we hunt and fish and enjoy those great pursuits out of doors, and also keep us safe on our lakes and our rivers as we enjoy a great pastime, but do a great job of making sure that our people are kept safe as we enjoy the great natural resources of this state. Thank you, Commissioner. We're glad you're here as well. Thank you, members. I appreciate that. I hope y'all feel as I do. It was worth us taking a few minutes this morning to celebrate these men and women who keep us safe. Thank y'all. Our doctor of the day today is brought to us by our Chairman Bill Yerter. Dr. DeSally. Was that pretty close, Bill? Dr. DeSally is here today, so if you need any assistance, you know where to get it. Chairman Tarvin, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Information and Audits has read the journal from the previous legislative day and found it to be correct. And I would like to just get off subject here, Mr. Speaker, and tell you that on a very sad day, your prayer was very special. And it's one of the most touching moments of my 10 years. And on a brighter note, if you're offered a seat on a rocket ship, don't ask which seat, just get on.
But don't drive down I-16. You may get caught right down there in Lawrence County if you're on that rocket ship and you're exceeding, I could say the speed limit. What do you think there, Mr. Majority Leader? Chairman Tarvin, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, reports that the journal of the previous legislative day has been read and found to be correct. Is there any objection to dispense with the reading of the journal? Chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there any objection to the confirmation of the journal? The chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the resolution establishing the order of business for the day?
Representative Session of the 104th moves following be establishes the order of business in the first part of the period. Unanimous consents. Introduction of bills and resolutions. First reading and reference of House bills and resolutions. Second reading of bills and resolutions. Reports of standing committees. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills and resolutions. First reading and reference of Senate bills and resolutions. Morning orders.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolution establishing the order of business for the day? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Mr. Clerk, first reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 1346 by Representative Barton of the 5th and Ridley of the 6th, a bill being entitled an act to amend the act creating the Coosawattee Regional Water and Sewage Authority.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1347 by Representative Stinson of the 150th, a bill being entitled an act to authorize the assessment and collection of a technology fee by the Magistrate Court of Taylor County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1348 by Representative Reese of the 140th, Hughley of the 141st, Smith of the 138th, and Buckner of the 137th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 44, Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to redevelopment powers.
Governmental affairs.
House Bill 1349 by Representative Taylor of the 173rd, Hitchens of the 161st, Green of the 154th, and Reeves of the 99th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 15 and Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Attorney General.
Judiciary non-civil.
House House Bill 1350 by Representative Reese of the 140th, Westbrook of the 163rd, Ollier of the 59th, Townsend of the 179th Parish of the 142nd. Bill be titled an act to amend subpart 2 of part 1 of Article 16 to chapter 2 entitled 20 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to compulsory attendance for students in elementary and secondary education.
Education.
House Bill 1351 by Representative Glaze, the 67th Parish of the 142nd, Gilliard of the 161st, 162nd, Douglas of the 78th, Vance of the 133rd, and others. Bill be titled Act to amend Part 5 of Article 6 of Chapter 2, entitled 20 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to program weights and funding requirements on the Quality Basic Education Act.
Education.
House Bill 1352 by Representative Glaze of the 67th, Gilliard of the 162nd, Bennett of the 94th, Clark of the 108th, Davis of the 87th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 5 of Chapter 4, Title 26 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to prescription drugs.
Health.
House Bill 1353 by Representative Bell of the 75th, Muggle of the 105th, Clark of the 108th, Beverly of the 143rd, Park of the 107th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 7 and Title 44 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to landlord and tenant.
Governmental affairs.
House Bill 1354 by Representative Muggle of the 105th, Clark of the 108th, Westbrook of the 163rd, Anulowitz of the 42nd, Hagan of the 156th. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 48.8.3 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to exemptions for sales and use taxes.
Ways and
House
means.
Bill 1355 by Representative Muggle of the 105th, Stevens of the 164th, Stoner of the 40th, Marin of the 96th, Anulowitz of the 42nd, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 13 and Title 48 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding specific business and occupation taxes.
Ways and means.
House Bill 1356 by Representative Cooper of the 41st, Earhart of the 36th, and Ballard of the 147th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 11A of Title 43 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to dietitians.
Regulated industries.
House Bill 1357 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th, Hagan of the 156th, Campbell of the 171st. A bill be titled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to the imposition rate computation of and exemptions and credits from state income taxes.
Ways and
House
means.
Bill 1358 by Representative Anderson of the 10th, Jones of the 47th, Carson of the 46th, Martin of the 49th, Ridley of the 22nd, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Titles 12, 32, 36, 40, 45, 48, and 50 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to conservation and natural resources.
Transportation.
House Bill 1359 by Representative Gaines, the 120th, Rhodes, the 124th, Kelly, the 16th, Daniel, the 117th, Petrie, the 166th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to miscellaneous local administrative provisions.
Governmental affairs.
House Bill 1360 by Representative Cummings of the 39th, Smith of the 18th, Muggle of the 105th, Hitchens of the 161st, Stoner of the 40th. The bill be titled Act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 13 and Title 16 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to schedules of offenses and penalties.
Judiciary non-civil.
House Bill 1364 by Representative Moptahana of the 17th, Jaspers of the 11th, Ballinger of the 23rd, Bonner of the 73rd, Horner of the 3rd. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 3, Title 51 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding liability of owners and occupiers of land.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1365 by Representative Horner of the 3rd, Jaspers of the 11th, Cox of the 28th, Donahue of the 31st. Bill be titled an act to amend Title 39 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to minors.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1366 by Representative Taylor of the 92nd, Beverly of the 143rd, Glaze of the 67th, Jackson of the 165th, Carpenter of the 4th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 4, Title 1 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to holidays and observances.
Special rules.
House Bill 1367 by Representative Lupton of the 83rd, Holcomb of the 81st, Lim of the 98th, Hagan of the 156th, Dubnik of the 29th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 15 and Title 17 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to victim compensation.
Judiciary non-civil.
The House Bill 1368 by Representative Sharper of the 177th, Mitchell of the 88th, Green of the 154th, Mathiak the 74th, Prince of the 132nd, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Title I of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions.
Special rules.
House Bill 1369 by Representative Thomas of the 21st and Powell of the 33rd. Bill be titled an act to amend Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating motor vehicles and traffic.
Motor vehicles.
House Bill 1370 by Representative Deloach of the 167th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to primaries and elections generally.
Governmental affairs.
House Bill 1371 by Representative Burchett of the 176th. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 3, Title 51 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding liabilities of owners and occupiers of land.
Judiciary.
House Resolution 1214 by Representative Reese of the 140th, Hughley of the 141st, Smith of the 138th, and Buckner of the 137th. A resolution creating the House Study Committee on the Affordability and Accessibility of Georgia's Legitimation Process.
Juvenile justice.
House Resolution 1215 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th, Chastain of the 7th, Hatchett of the 155th, Burns of the 159th, Powell of the 33rd, and others. A resolution honoring the life of the Honorable David E. Ralston and dedicating an interstate connector and bridge in his memory.
Transportation.
Senate Bill 375 by Senator Strickland of the 17th, Jackson of the 41st, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Watson of the 1st, and Payne of the 54th. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 3724 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to Behavioral Health Coordinating Council.
Public and community health.
Senate Bill 385 by Senator Williams of the 25th, Payne of the 54th, Brass of the 28th, Anna Hart of the 31st, Robertson of the 29th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 9 of Chapter 3, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to funding, donations, property, and scholarships.
Higher education.
Senate Bill 398 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Robertson of the 29th, Walker of the 20th, Watson of the 1st, Anderson of the 24th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 5 of Chapter 4, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Georgia Joint Defense Commission.
Defense and veteran affairs.
Senate Bill 482 by Senator Sims of the 12th, Goodman of the 8th, Estevez of the 6th, Butler of the 55th, and Parent of the 42nd. Bill be titled an act to amend an act, revise, and restate the law relating to the Sumner County Board of Education.
Intergovernmental coordination.
That completes first readers.
Second reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 1312 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th, Hagan of the 156th, McCollum of the 30th, a bill to amend an act relating to regulation and taxation of electricity used as motor fuel and electric vehicle charging stations. House Bill 1313 by Representative Bernal of the 77th, Bell of the 75th, Douglas of the 78th, Holly of the 116th, Scott of the 76th. A bill to authorize the assessment and collection of an eviction mediation program fee by the Magistrate Court of Clayton County. House Bill 1314 by Representative Ramon of the 97th, Gunter of the 8th, Au of the 50th, Camp of the 135th, Stoner of the 40th, a bill relating to emergency medical services. House Bill 1315 by Representative Williams of the 148th, Meeks of the 178th, Corbett of the 174th, Jones of the 25th, Campbell of the 171st, and others, a bill relating to property tax exemptions. House Bill 1316 by Representative Williams of the 148th, a bill to amend an act creating a new charter for the City of Cordele. House Bill 1317 by Representative Holcomb of the 81st, a bill relating to sexual offenses. House Bill 1318 by Representative Holcomb of the 81st, a bill relating to the General Assembly. House Bill 1319 by Representative Clark of the 100th, Hung of the 103rd, Mughal of the 105th, McCollum of the 30th, Reeves of the 99th, a bill to amend an act providing a homestead exemption from City of Beaufort ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes. House Bill 1320 by Representative Clark of the 100th, Hong of the 103rd, Mughal of the 105th, McCollum of the 30th, Reeves of the 99th, a bill to amend an act providing a homestead exemption from City of Beaufort ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes. House Bill 1321 by Representative Bell of the 75th, Holland of the 54th, Sharper of the 177th, a bill relating to property. House Bill 1322 by Representative Cannon of the 172nd, Corbett of the 174th, Rhodes of the 124th, Williams of the 148th, Perkle of the 169th, and others, a bill relating to the Georgia Hemp Farming Act. House Bill 1323 by Representative Scott of the 76th, Bonner of the 73rd, Davis of the 87th, Gladney of the 130th, Tarvin of the 2nd, and others, a bill relating to the Fair Business Practices Act. House Bill 1324 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd, Astration of the 104th, Williamson of the 112th, Corbett of the 174th, Perkel of the 169th, and others. A bill relating to ride-share network services and transportation referral services. House Bill 1325 by Representative Blackman of the 146th, Gaines of the 120th, Kelly of the 16th, Oliver of the 82nd, Crow of the 118th. A bill relating to tax exemptions. House Bill 1326 by Representative Stevens of the 164th, Jaspers of the 11th, Hawkins of the 27th, Cooper of the 45th. A bill relating to controlled substance. House Bill 1327 by Representative Seabaugh of the 34th, Adesanya of the 43rd, Williams of the 37th, Anulowicz of the 42nd. A bill to amend an act creating a system of public schools for the city of Marietta and the county of Cobb. House Bill 1328 by Representative Glaze of the 67th, Paris of the 142nd, Gladney of the 130th, Barnes of the 86th, Campbell of the 35th, and others. A bill relating to the Quality Basic Education Act. House Bill 1329 by Representative Stevens of the 164th, Kelly of the 16th, Neal of the 79th, Williams of the 168th. A bill relating to state government. House Bill 1330 by Representative Stoner of the 40th, Cummings of the 39th, and Anulowicz of the 42nd. A bill to amend an act known as the South Cobb Development Authority Act. House Bill 1331 by Representative Maynard of the 56th, Gullett of the 19th, Reeves of the 99th, Crow of the 118th. A bill relating to general provisions of criminal procedure. House Bill 1332 by Representative Maynard of the 56th, Newton of the 127th, Hatchett of the 155th, Clark of the 100th, Stinson of the 150th. A bill relating to regulation and construction of hospitals and other healthcare facilities. House Bill 1333 by Representative Evans of the 89th, Drenner of the 85th, Davis of the 87th, Roberts of the 52nd, Mitchell of the 88th, and others. A bill relating to law enforcement officers and agencies. House Bill 1334 by Representative Seabaugh of the 34th, Crow of the 118th, Kelly of the 16th, Hitchens of the 161st, Vance of the 133rd. A bill relating to immunity from prosecution and exception, and immunity from civil liability for threat or use of force in defense of habitation. House Bill 1335 by Representative LaHood of the 175th, Rhodes of the 124th, Williams of the 148th, Gaines of the 120th, Washburn of the 144th. A bill relating to regulation of hospitals and related institutions. House Bill 1336 by Representative Smith of the 18th, Mathiak of the 74th, Lumsden of the 12th, and Hawkins of the 27th. A bill relating to general provisions relative to insurance. House Bill 1337 by Representative Cummings of the 39th, Stoner of the 40th, Campbell of the 35th, Adesanya of the 43rd, and Anulowicz of the 42nd. A bill to authorize the governing authority of the city of Mableton to levy an excise tax. House Bill 1340 by Representative Hilton of the 48th, Powell of the 33rd, Ballard of the 147th, Ridley of the 6th, Bompton of the 17th. A bill relating to practice of applied behavior analysis. House Bill 1341 by Representative Saines of the 180th, Deloach of the 167th, Townsend of the 179th, Stevens of the 164th, Petrie of the 166th, and others. A bill relating to other state symbols. House Bill 1342 by Representative Lim of the 98th, Hawkins of the 27th, McLean of the 109th, Maynard of the 56th. A bill relating to protection of American Indian human remains and burial objects. House Bill 1343 by Representative Lim of the 98th, Stevens of the 164th, Buckner of the 137th. A bill relating to medical assistance. House Bill 1344 by Representative Dempsey of the 13th, Cooper of the 45th, Hawkins of the 27th, Anulowicz of the 42nd, and Silcox of the 53rd. A bill relating to general provisions relative to the administration of mental health, developmental disabilities, addictive disease, and other disability services. House Bill 1345 by Representative Bell of the 75th, Clark of the 108th, Hawley of the 116th, Holland of the 54th, and Scott of the 76th. A bill relating to powers and duties of the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council. House Bill 1361 by Representative Thomas of the 21st, Smith of the 18th, Silcox of the 53rd, Chokas of the 151st, Reeves of the 99th, and others. A bill relating to offenses against public health and morals. House Bill 1362 by Representative Bonner of the 73rd, Mathiak of the 74th. A bill relating to local 5-mil share funds. House Bill 1363 by Representative Mathiak of the 74th, Hawkins of the 27th, Cooper of the 45th, Green of the 154th, Jaspers of the 11th, and others. A bill relating to the state employees' health insurance plan. House Resolution 1164 by Representative Hughley of the 141st, Smith of the 138th, Buckner of the 137th, Reese of the 140th, Jaspers of the 11th, and others. A resolution honoring the life of the Honorable Richard H. Smith and dedicating an interchange in his memory. House Resolution 1165 by Representative Smith of the 18th, Carpenter of the 4th, Scoggins of the 14th, Jaspers of the 11th, Collins of the 71st. Resolution proposing amendment to the Constitution. House Resolution 1166 by Representative Meeks of the 178th, Houston of the 170th, Dickey of the 145th, Williams of the 148th, Campbell of the 171st. A resolution creating the House Study Committee on the exchange, storage, and bond coverage of agricultural products, grain, and livestock. House Resolution 1167 by Representative Mitchell of the 88th, Campbell of the 35th. A resolution to ratify an amendment to the United States Constitution, House Resolution 1168 by Representative Hutchinson of the 106th, Fry of the 122nd, McLean of the 109th, Holly of the 116th, Alexander of the 66th. Resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the State of Georgia so as to authorize the General Assembly to provide by law for the legalization and regulation of the cultivation, transportation, sale of marijuana and marijuana-infused products. House Resolution 1169 by Representative Hutchinson of the 106th, Beverly of the 143rd, Park of the 107th, Prince of the 132nd, Fry of the 122nd, and others. A resolution creating the House Study Committee on Economic Advantages of Marijuana Legalization. Senate Bill 232 by Senator Kennedy of the 18th, Hillary of the 19th, Gooch of the 51st, Strickland of the 17th. A bill relating to courts. Senate Bill 360 by Senator Hickman of the 4th, Dixon of the 45th, Kennedy of the 18th, Gooch of the 51st, Anderson of the 24th, and others. A bill relating to capital outlay funds in elementary and secondary education. Senate Bill 370 by Senator Hodges of the 3rd, Watson of the 1st, Alberts of the 56th, Hatchett of the 50th, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd. A bill relating to posting model notice with human trafficking hotline information in business and on the internet. Senate Bill 374 by Senator Walker III of the 20th, Strickland of the 17th, Gannon of the 47th, Halpern of the 39th, and Avarte of the 31st, and others. A bill to amend the Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors Act of 2021. Senate Bill 449 by Senator Walker III of the 20th, Kennedy of the 18th, and Avarte of the 31st, Gooch of the 51st, Payne of the 54th, and others. A bill relating to certification as nursing aid and employer-sponsored training and competency examination program. Through second readers.
Reports of standing committees. Mr. Clerk, will you read?
Representative Matt Hatchett of the 155th District, Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Appropriations has had under its consideration following resolutions of the House. It's instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Resolution 901 do pass by committee substitute. House Resolution 902 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Matt Hatchett of the 155th District, Chairman. Representative Ron Stevens of the 164th District, Chairman of the Committee on Economic Development and Tourism, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Economic Development and Tourism has had under its consideration the following bills of the House. It's instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 1138 do pass. House Bill 1257 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Ron Stevens of the 164th District, Chairman. Representative John LaHood of the 175th District, Chairman of the Committee on Governmental Affairs, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Governmental Affairs has had under its consideration the following bills of the House. It's instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 1113 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 1149 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 1253 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative John LaHood of the 175th District, Chairman. Representative Beth Camp in the 135th District, Chairman of the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination and Local, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination and Locals had under its consideration the following bills of the House and Senate, and instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 1273 do pass. Senate Bill 453 do pass. House Bill 1268 do pass. House Bill 1269 do pass. House Bill 1270 do pass. House Bill 1271 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Beth Camp of the 135th District, Chairman. Representative Shaw Blackman of the 146th District, Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Ways and Means has had under its consideration the following bills of the House and instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendation. House Bill 1023 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Shaw Blackman in the 146th District, Chairman. That completes the reading of the reports of standing committees.
Members, if you'll come to the floor, we're going to take up the local calendar this morning. Members will return to the floor, return to your seats. There are 4 bills on the local calendar that relates to homestead exemption, and as you know, they require a recorded 2/3 roll call vote for passage. We'll now have the third reading and passage of uncontested local bills. If there is no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered. Mr. Clerk, will you read the local calendar?
House Bill 1273 by Representative Werkheiser of the 157th, Evans County. Senate Bill 453 by Senator Payne of the 54th, Gordon County. House Bill 1268 by Representative Hawkins of the 27th, Hall County. House Bill 1269 by Representative Hawkins of the 27th, City of Gainesville. House Bill 1270 by Representative Hawkins of the 27th, Hall County. House Bill 1271 by Representative Hawkins of the 27th, City of Gainesville.
If members will please take your seats. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the local calendar. The yeas are 167, the nays are 0. These bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed. Okay, members. We will begin the process of recognizing some very important Georgians that are here. Many of them are here in the gallery with us today. We're going to recognize some folks that deserve that honor. So with that, we could be here at about 12 or so if you take 2 or 3 minutes each. So I'm going to ask members I want to make sure you hear this, members, so the red light comes on and the microphone stops working, you'll know that you needed to be a good neighbor. You need to be a good neighbor. Take the time you need, but we hope you can do it in less than a minute if you can, but certainly do the right thing as we recognize those we're here to honor. So if you will help me with that, that would be much appreciated. And I bet your neighbor would appreciate it too. So with that, we'll begin our morning orders with Chair Lady Lynn Smith for a morning order. Chair Lady Smith.
Good morning. I stand here today with the Coweta County delegation to recognize Noonan's Rotary Club's 100th anniversary. If you Rotarians will please stand for us so we can recognize you. The Noonan Rotary Club was founded on February the 29th, 1924. And it has continued to be a profound legacy of our community with its service and fellowship and leadership. And so thank you again for recognizing this organization. And would it be surprise y'all to find out I was the first woman voted into the Rotary Club? I broke the glass ceiling a few years ago, and it's been a great thing for me ever since. Thank y'all so much for coming up here today, and welcome to the People's House. Thank you.
Thank you, Coweta delegation. What an incredible organization that Rotary is, and thank you for what you do, not just here, but around the world. Thank you so much. Representative Gamble is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Overdose Prevention Recognition Day. 10 years ago, our legislature passed legislation that created a scenario for amnesty if you were with someone that overdosed and you were able to drop that individual off to the hospital rather than what was happening on the side of the road. And so there were a group of advocates, mothers, many of them, fathers, that worked with a young man named Justin Leaf and passed legislation here with our legislature, House Bill 1013, with Chair Lady Sharon Cooper, who was very instrumental in that as well. I know that today there are representatives here that were involved in the efforts 10 years ago, and I believe that they're in the gallery, and we just wanted to take an opportunity to recognize the 10th anniversary for the passage of that legislation. If those individuals who worked on that legislation would please stand. We'll honor you for being here today and your loved ones. Thank you.
Good to have y'all. Thank you for what you do and have done, and welcome to the People's House. Representative Maynor, recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Choice Day at the school, and we have almost 1,000 students that are here at the Capitol today. They have been trickling in as the day approaches. There are hundreds already on the Capitol stairs from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor. I'm going to run out to take a picture. If we could stand for all of these kids that are here from schools throughout Fulton County, they would appreciate that. Thank you.
Welcome, students. We're glad to have you. Representative Amari Crawford is recognized. Give the gentleman some room. Representative Crawford is recognized for a morning order. Absolutely. Did you jog down or did you sprint?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did do a little sprinting here. That's why I'm a little out of breath. This morning, we have some really special star students out of DeKalb County. There were 93 track and field student athletes who qualified for the state championship this past spring. Many of them are here today. Of that 93, 53 of them medaled. So this is one of the largest groups that medaled at the state track and field championship. And I would ask that all of our students please stand and be recognized. So thank you for coming down. They are interested in what we do here, and what better way to learn about teamwork than in the People's House. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my friends on the floor. And today I have a proclamation for you recognizing today as DeKalb County Track and Field Day at the state capitol. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, young people, for being here. And boy, y'all can run fast, jump high, and jump long. Congratulations to you. I know you're proud. Representative Mac Jackson, Mr. Chairman, you're recognized for a morning order. And Representative Al Williams. And his sidekick. Started to say friend, but his sidekick, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives us great pleasure to rise today to recognize the legacy of the Hubert family. In 1872, following the emancipation of enslaved persons in the United States, Zach Hubert purchased 165 acres of land in Hancock County. On this property, he built Springfield Baptist Church, a log cabin school, and a general store on the property. The property has been designated by the Georgia Historical Society as a historic site, complete with the installation of a commemorative marker. In the 1930s, all county extension agents were trained at Springfield in Hancock County. Would you stand? And Representative Al Williams has something to say too.
We certainly can't forget the fact that the third president of Savannah State University was President Benjamin Hubert, who named Camellia Hubert Hall, was named for his mother. It's a great legacy between this family and Savannah State University, where Representative Jackson worked for 30 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, won't you rise as we welcome the Hubert family to the Georgia House of Representatives in commemoration of the legacy that is in Hancock County to this day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you'll come down to the ante room, we'll take pictures with you on the third floor.
Thank you, Hubert family, for being here. What a great legacy. Thank you for what y'all's family in the past has done, and thank y'all for making the effort to be here. Welcome to the People's House. Representative Pete Marion is recognized for a morning order. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Buenos días a todos. Today I rise to honor a Georgian named Veronica Toscano de Leger. She is the government liaison for the state of Guanajuato, Mexico, in Georgia. She was born in Salamanca, Guanajuato, Mexico, and in 1999, with a true entrepreneurial spirit, she and her husband moved to the United States. Since coming to the United States, she has been a teacher, an interpreter, and a co-founder and president of Casa Guanajuato, Georgia, a nonprofit organization. Also, the Office of Guanajuato in Georgia helps everyone from the state of Guanajuato with programs and resources free of charges and serves as a bridge between the government and the public. It is responsible for facilitating communication and cooperation between the two governments and various stakeholders, including business, community organizations, and individuals. Please, members, rise. Veronica is on the gallery. She's accompanied by friends and family members. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Welcome. Glad to have you. Okay, members, we have I think you'll like this next one. We have about 4 or 5 people. They're going to come separately, independent of each other. We'll begin with Representative Derek Jackson for a morning order. Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Representative Frazier will accompany you. Yes, thank you.
I know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. It is truly an honor and a privilege to highlight one of our treasures. If Lawrence Hilton Jacobs, please stand, sir. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I learned when I was 10 years old, I started watching this young man that has a body of work for 50 years. He was on one of my favorite shows, Welcome Back, Carter. Yeah. Freddie Boom Boom, yeah. Washington. But his work didn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. He also appeared in a number of films and television shows, including Claudine, Cooley High, Roots, Bangers and Mash, Alienation, The Jacksons, An American Dream, and 31. House, please give it up to the one and only Lawrence Hilton Jacobs.
That's some pretty cool accomplishments. Welcome. Good to have you. Representative Parrish is recognized for Representative Parrish. All right, how about oh, there she is.
Here I am, sir.
Didn't see you. You have the well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we have Jean Carney in the gallery today, and here it goes. Now that you know how I feel about you, don't let it go to your head now. Don't let it go to your head now. Thank you so much. We love you. Please stand. Oh, Jean Carney.
Representative Al Williams is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be here away from Hollywood for a few hours just to help you all. I am honored, extremely honored, to introduce Glenn Russell Thurman, truly a prodigy at 12 years old. He was in the Broadway production of A Raisin in the Sun. He's known for his roles in the primetime soap opera Peyton Place, 68 to 69. He also starred in Cooley High, NBC hit sitcom A Different World, and he also starred in the HBO drama The Wire. He received the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Guest Actor in a Drama Series for his role on the HBO drama series In Treatment. Hey, let's give it up for Glenn Russell Thurman. Glad to have you here.
Welcome, Glenn. A lot of other great accomplishments there. That's strong. Representative Sharper. Where are you? There he is. Representative Dexter Sharper for a morning order.
I know you want to leave me, but I refuse to let you go. Come on. If I had to. Come on, let me hear you. I don't mind you mean that much to me. It's brought to bed. Pete, Charlie. All right, there we go. And also, well, I guess you say, what can make me feel this way, my girl? Talking about my girl, my girl. All right, y'all. The person that I have with us today, the legend, the only living member of the Temptations, Mr. Otis Williams. Y'all give it up for Otis Williams in the house. And y'all know the first time I came down here 12 years ago, that's who I gave my first tribute to through Black History. And this is such an honor, and I'm just elated. Thank y'all so much. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, I know you've had them dancing in the streets before, but I'm not sure you had them dancing in the People's House in the center aisle. That's awesome. Thank you for your talent, God-given talent, and thank you for everything you've done to entertain us. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Is that one more? Just messing with you. Representative Roger Bruce and some friends, Representative Bazemore. Roger, suspend just for a moment.
No.
Proceed.
I'm not going to sing. But I am so, usually you guys don't see me get emotional except when I'm pissed off about something. But the reality, this is a happy day. These 4 individuals have touched everybody's life in this world. And I bet some of y'all were conceived by some of that music. Oh, yeah, see? These guys have touched the entire world, and I am honored that they came down to spend this morning with us. And if you'll just, all 4 of you, just stand one more time so that we can give you a due honor. Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. I know you know some of that music too, don't you? You gonna sing?
Absolutely.
Can you sing some of it?
I can sing.
All right.
In the shower.
Thank you. They're gonna go to the ante room, and tonight is the Heritage Dinner. You're all welcome to come over. They'll be there and get more honors at the Heritage Dinner tonight. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you all for being here. Chair Lady Silcox is recognized for a morning order. Members, you probably want to listen up to this one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Alzheimer's Awareness Day in Georgia. There are currently more than 150,000 Georgians living with Alzheimer's who are being cared for by more than 340,000 caregivers that have contributed approximately 657 million hours of unpaid care valued at $9.9 billion. To address these needs, the Georgia Alzheimer's and Related Dementia State Plan was signed into law in 2014 to coordinate state agencies to create a more dementia-capable Georgia. So we commit this day to increase the recognition of this rapidly growing disease and population in our state. Please welcome the Alzheimer's Association, their dedicated volunteers, and the many advocates in the gallery today. If you would please rise so we could recognize you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A big shout out to you guys. Thank y'all for what y'all do and appreciate y'all's support and y'all's advocacy on part of a terrible, terrible disease, Alzheimer's. Thank y'all. We appreciate you. And many families do as well. Your great support. Representative Becky Evans is recognized for a morning order. And
Thank you, Mr.
Angela
Speaker.
Moore.
I want to give acknowledgement to the Georgia Conservation Voters Environmental Advocacy as they are here today for their 100% Clean Energy Day with co-hosting organizations. And their mission is to advocate for public policies that advance a more just and sustainable future, mobilize voters who make climate and environmental justice a priority, and hold elected officials accountable for their actions and votes. And they want to invite us to and our staff to their lunch and learn today at CLOB 307 from 11 to 1 p.m. Well, they will discuss their different priorities on environmental advocacy. And I don't think that they are up in the gallery right now. Is anyone here from GCV? Please stand. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Thank you, Representative. And welcome to the People's House. Representative Dewey McLean is recognized for a morning order. Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's always good to, colleagues, it's always good to recognize folks that you all know and you have a good chance. If you all can see the picture on the side, over the side, That's Helen Kelly. A lot of y'all remember Ms. Kelly because she ran the PAGE program out in front, and I want you to, there she is. Can y'all give, in the house, can we give Helen a hand? Give her, because what I want to say is she's always been professional, and what I wanted to say was she was a teacher, so that's, and I think she was the Georgia Retired Teachers Association today, so, she's a Delta too, okay. Thank you all. Is any Georgia Retired Teachers Association in the house? Okay, good. Thank you all very much, Helen, and thank you all for what you did for our PAGE program. And I also have a nice, outstanding plaque for her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Miss Helen, it's good to see you. I know a lady named Dale Burns that loves you. She thinks the world of you. And thank you for your retired educators, your friends there. Good to have y'all. Members, I want to pause just for a minute for morning orders and recognize a couple of people that are here with us. From the great state of Michigan, we have two state representatives, Representative Brenda Carter and Representative Amos O'Neill. They're standing in the back to the left. Welcome. And City Councilman Randy Carter from Pontiac, Michigan. Randy, good to have you as well, Councilman. Thank you all for coming to the People's House. Chair Lady Camp, you're recognized for a morning order.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here with Chairman David Knight, and we would like to recognize some visitors from Lamar County High School. They're here with their teacher, Carol Parrish, who's a Skills USA advisor for the film program. We've got 3 wonderful students. They're here on the right day with all these wonderful celebrities in their midst. So thank you for coming, and it's the People's House. I hope you enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Chairman Martin, you're recognized for a morning order. You have something else as well in just a few minutes. Chairman Martin's recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know we're short on time today, but I do want to take the time to recognize some Georgians that we've heard some great Georgians that have great accomplishments. These Georgians have great things ahead of them, and that is a group from the Technical College System of Georgia. The 2024 Senior Leadership Academy is downstairs in Capitol 124. I don't know, are any of you in the gallery? They may not be, Mr. Speaker, but this cohort comprises a talented group that have a great future, that will be great leaders of Georgia in the future. So we want to recognize the 2024 Senior Leadership Academy on Senior Leadership Academy Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Representative Reeves is recognized for a morning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My predecessor, Brooks Coleman, said those kids can't read to learn until they learn to read. And I'm here to honor somebody who is helping with literacy in our state, and that is J.T. Wu. J.T. grew up in Duluth. He's a proud member of Riverbrook, which is one of the biggest neighborhoods in Duluth, and Perimeter School and Church. He went to Princeton. He's now a businessman here in Atlanta and started a nonprofit called Preface, P-R-E-F-A-C-E, that educates kids on literacy. He is part of the solution on literacy here in Georgia. And his proud parents are with him today here in the gallery. We've got a resolution honoring him and his nonprofit for their literacy work. So let's give a wonderful Georgia House welcome to J.T. Wu and Preface. Thank you.
Representative Chaz Cannon's recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize a true champion this morning. Logan Paradise in the gallery. Please stand up, sir. Logan Paradise is a junior from Colquitt County High School, recently won the Class 7A State Wrestling Championship this past weekend in Macon. This was his second state title. He's only a junior. And the 8th state championship for the Colquitt County Packers. Logan's first title was as a freshman. This year, Logan won all 17 of his bouts in dominating fashion at 150 pounds. In addition to his two state titles, Logan's accolades since entering high school include winning his first collegiate open tournament as a high school sophomore. He placed 3rd this year at the Southeastern College Open. He is a National High School Coaches Association All-American, a Freestyle U.S. Open All-American, a Super 32 All-American, and a 3-time Fargo All-American. Logan is a true warrior, and what we call back home a Packer point of pride. Logan, his mother Leslie, his Aunt Wendy, his coach Gerald Carr have joined us in the gallery. Please give them a large People's House welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Logan, by the time you're a senior, if they read off all the things you've accomplished, we're going to have to extend that 1 minute to about 2 or 3 minutes probably. Congratulations. Thank you. We're glad, we're happy for your success. I know it's taken a lot of hard work. Chair Lady Darlene Taylor is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, today I stand before you to recognize and honor the Thomas County Central High School football team. They are up in the gallery, and I'm excited to share with you today that they have special recognition as the Class 6A football champions this year. Go Jackets. They had an excellent year, superior teamwork, extraordinary resilience. They were ahead all year. They did a phenomenal job in performing all year long. And they did this through their hard work, the team spirit. They just did outstanding all year. That's thanks to the head coach of Jason Rogers. The school, the superintendents are here. But you can also take from the message you heard this morning from our preacher why they've achieved what they did. Please help me welcome and thank them for their great achievement. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thanks for making the trip. The ties look good too, by the way. Good looking group of young men, and you guys are here with them. I won't say how old y'all are. Chairman Chokus and Representative Stinson are recognized for a morning order.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 181 years ago, Americus, Georgia was founded by an act of this General Assembly. It's the home of Habitat for Humanity, Georgia Southwestern State University, and South Georgia Technical College. I've got a group of community leaders in the gallery. Lee Kinnaman, the mayor, Mark Scott, police chief, Amber Batchelor is the chamber director, as well as John Watford, South Georgia Tech president, and Stephen Snyder from Georgia Southwestern State University. So please join me in a round of applause recognizing them and welcoming them to the Capitol. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will they please stand? Can they all please stand? America, Sumter County, can you please stand?
That's it.
They're not here. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Welcome to Sumter County. Representative Reese, Representative Hughley, and Representative Buckner. You coming with them? No.
Thank you, Mr.
Recognized
Speaker.
for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed my honor, Representative Carolyn Hughley's honor, and Representative Debbie Buckner's honor, as well as Representative Vance Smith, to stand in the gaps today for our fallen colleague, the Honorable Representative Richard Smith. He has a high school that's here today, Hardaway High School, and we all know that Representative Smith was very concerned and always working hard for the education of our young folks, especially in Muskogee County. If I can get the Hardaway High School Student Government Association group to please stand. Mr. Speaker, they are here today with their principal, Mr. Mardreese McNeil, as well as the president of the Student Government Association, Julia Floyd, and the vice president of the Student Government Association, Kamaya Smith. Let's once again give our students from Hardaway High School a hand on behalf of our late Representative Richard Smith. I yield the well, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome to the People's House. I know Chairman Smith was mighty proud of that community. Thank y'all for being here. Representative Gladney is recognized for a morning order.
Good morning. This is your Black History Moment. Back in 1975, Augusta native Mr. Tyrone Butler founded the Augusta Mini Theater. Mr. Butler, will you please stand? Thank you for joining us today. He founded the Augusta Mini Theater for students grades 1 through 12 in over a tenure of 49 years. Mr. and Mrs. Butler has worked in our community to build art and life skills, creating an original 2023 stage play that mirrors details of his personal life experiences growing up with the Augusta musical icon, Mr. James Brown, paying tribute with all of his Billboard hits and his accolades. The goal of this program is to influence hope that resonates within all of the lives of Augustans. Please welcome Mr. and Mrs. Tyrone Butler and the students of the Augusta Mini Theater. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
Fine job, Representative Gladney. You could give some others some lessons. Members, if you'll please take your seats for this next morning order. Give the gentleman that will be in the well your attention. Chairman Jay Collins is recognized for a morning order. He has a resolution he's going to tell us about. Representative Kimberly New, Representative Eddie Lumpston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And other friends.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here before you today with members of the Public Safety Committee. You know, we've talked about Public Safety Appreciation Day here at the Capitol, and we've recognized a lot of our folks that take care of us at the state level. But you know, there are a lot of people back home, our sheriffs, our police chiefs, our police departments, our deputies back home that work hard each and every day, that serve and protect us, and they polish their badge when they're on duty to make sure and keep our community safe. They are where the rubber meets the road in public safety. So we did a House Resolution 1096. I'm not going to read the resolution because I know we're getting close for time, but I did want to recognize those who are here today in local law enforcement under the Gold Dome. Specifically, we have some folks from the Fraternal Order of Police. If you would please stand and let us welcome you to the People's House. On behalf of a grateful Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee and the People's House, thank you for all you do back home to keep us safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. And thank you all for being here, and thank you for what you do every day. We appreciate you. We have a couple of invite resolutions. I know it's always special, each and every one of us, when we have an invite resolution. It's always special, so if you will, give our invitees and the presenters your attention, please. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a resolution?
House Resolution 1208 by Representative Martin of the 49th, Scoggins of the 14th, Barrett of the 24th, Knight of the 134th. A resolution recognizing and commending the 2023 Technical College System of Georgia Awards winners.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Chairman Chuck Martin is recognized to explain and speak to the resolution and our guest. Chairman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, y'all have heard from me once already this morning, so I'm going to be brief and just say we've got some special people here to recognize from the Technical College System, and I'm going to yield my time, if I can, to Commissioner Greg Josier. He's going to take it from here. Please give him your attention.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman, and members, thank you for this honor to be here with you today. We are proud today to present to you the best of TCSG. Today we have our 4 state winners, our 2023 State Eagle winner, which is our Adult Education Student of the Year, Miss Kayla Hill, if you'll raise your hand. We have our 2023 State Adult Education Teacher of the Year, Miss Tara Jenkins. Miss Tara, if you'll raise your hand. We have our 2023 State Rick Perkins Award, which is our Teacher of the Year in our credit side of the house, Miss Adrienne Baldwin. And we have today, and I'm going to turn it over to her to share her story very quickly, our 2023 State Goal Winner of the Year, which is our Student of the Year in the Technical Education side from Columbus Tech, Miss Jeanette Velez.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, representatives, and distinguished members of the House. My name is Jeanette Velez, and I'm here to express my deepest gratitude for your time and support. I'm also here to emphasize the importance of the great work that Technical Colleges Systems of Georgia does to provide invaluable and affordable education opportunities for all. As a military spouse, mom, and proud Latina, and graduate of Columbus Technical College, I have experienced firsthand the transformative power of Technical College. They provide affordable and accessible education to many marginalized communities, military families, and military spouses like myself. They are the gateways to a world of possibilities. Education is the great equalizer. It is a one thing that no one can take away from us, and it has the power to transform lives and uplift communities. By supporting and funding the technical systems of Georgia, you are not only investing in the future of our state, but also in the future of our nation. Thank you so much for your time and commitment to ensuring that all individuals have access to quality and affordable education. Together, we can continue to build a brighter future for all. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you, Jeanette. That was awesome. Congratulations, Commissioner. To this House, this shows the investment, demonstrate the investment this House has continued to make over the years in technical education. And it just is proof for the pudding that it's working. Outstanding students, outstanding leaders in the community, and outstanding achievements that are ready to go out and make a difference. And we appreciate these House members. But congratulations to all of you who have been recognized today. You're doing a great job, and look forward to seeing the difference you're going to make in your communities and in your families' lives. So congratulations, y'all. Good to have y'all with us. We have one more invite resolution. So members, thank you for your patience. if you would like to have a photo with these winners, join them in the South Ante room to congratulate them and have a photo. Mr. Clerk. Will you read the caption to a resolution?
House Resolution 1082 by Representatives McCollum of the 30th, Donahue the 31st, and Hawkins of the 27th. A resolution congratulating the Johnson High School Knights for winning the 2023 GHSA Class 4A State Soccer Championship and the 2023 National Soccer Championship.
I want to make sure you heard that right. State championships is an awesome accomplishment, but the national championship. I'm going to recognize Representative Derek McCullum to come speak to the resolution and introduce our guest. Representative McCullum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted, colleagues, I want to extend my invitation to my Johnson High School in my district, Johnson High School Knights. Like we said, they're 3 times state champions, national champions, 2023. These guys work really hard. We got a great program there. I asked these guys if they, all 3 of these are the seniors from the soccer team, what they were going to do and if they want to be a politician. And they said no. And then I asked them what they was going to be, and one of them said they're going to be an attorney, a doctor, and a sportsman. I said, well, you might be doomed for being a politician. But I was going to let the coach just say a few words. Thank y'all for your indulgence. Soccer teams up there in the gallery, would y'all guys stand up? Stand up. This is our future leaders. There they are up there. Go ahead, Coach.
My name is Frank Zamora, head coach at Johnson High School. First of all, I want to thank the speaker, thank Representative McCollum for having us here, and thank all the representatives, first of all, for supporting and pouring into high school athletics. We are a testament of what high school athletics can do and how they can transform lives. Not only did these guys were able to accomplish back-to-back championships, being named national champions as well, they were able to do it while maintaining a team GPA of 3.3 and serving the community as well. So we're very proud of how our boys represented our community, our school, and overall the state of Georgia. As a token of appreciation, we do have a signed soccer ball for the speaker, Mr. Burns, and Representative McCollum as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Hey, gentlemen, let's take a picture. Yes, sir. Come on, Coach. Darren, you get on that side. Coach, come on, you come by me. And we'll get everybody in. Ready, Kate? Hey, awesome, guys. Thank you. Boy, what the accomplishment. Wow. What was the national?
We were ranked number 1, so we were named national.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for the ball. Awesome. Representative Jones, Representative Sheila Jones. I managed to drop Representative Jones this morning order, so. And Representative McLean, if you'll join us. Representative Sheila Jones is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. Today is Georgia AFL-CIO Day at the Capitol. And I want you all to know that I am a member of the Machinists Union for 44 years, joining when I started at Lockheed, January 21st, 1980. At this time, I would like the members of the Georgia AFL-CIO to please stand as we recognize you and welcome you to the House of Representatives. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Representative. That concludes our morning orders. We'll move on to the rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1124, 1124?
House Bill 1124 by Representative Martin of the 49th to be entitled an act to amend subpart 2A of part 3 of Article 7 of Chapter 3 Title 20 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating the needs-based financial aid program so as to provide for a definition. This bill having referred to the Committee on Higher Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Chuck Martin is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring to you today House Bill 1124, and as the caption said, this seeks to improve the college completion grant program by reducing the threshold for students to use it for a 4-year program from 80 to 70%, and for the first time allowing individuals that are in a 2-year program to qualify at 45%. It also extends the program through June 2027 to give the department ample time to check the new cohort. I just want to say this, 94.8% of the credit hours attempted under this grant have been passed. 94.8%. 58% of the people got their degree or certificate. 42% have not yet, but with almost 95% of the classes, this is a good investment. For an average cost of $1,200, we're helping people cross the finish line to get their degree or certificate and make them productive Georgians. Mr. Speaker, if there's no questions, I would ask the House's favorable consideration to move Georgians forward.
The gentleman has one question.
Yes, sir.
Representative Becky Evans to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman
There you
yield?
go. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So is this what was known as the completion grant earlier, or is this the same or different?
Yes, ma'am. This is the college completion grant.
Okay.
If the lady recalls, we passed it last year. Something got added on the Senate that caused a gubernatorial veto, so this is that bill come again.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I yield the well, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of House Bill 1124, the yeas are 165, the nay is 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 579, 579?
House Bill 579 by Representative Barrett of the 24th to be entitled an act to amend Article 33 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Act so as to revise the prior school year requirement. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Carter Barrett is recognized to present the bill. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 579 makes a few small changes to the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program and increases transparency therein. This program has been around since 2007, and there are approximately 6,000 students participating. I collaborated with many interested parties on this legislation and was pleased when it passed unanimously by committee. The changes will improve the program for families, school administrators, and the Department of Education. It will provide scholarship estimates and amounts in a more timely manner. It updates how funds are remitted to schools. It has clarifying language about the appeals process for scholarship amounts, and provides even more information into the program about the students who participate in it and on the types of conditions participating schools are able to serve. It's a great piece of legislation for a program that's working well. I would appreciate your favorable consideration on the bill. I'd be happy to take questions.
Gentleman has no questions. You can yield the well.
I yield the well.
You look good standing up there, but it's time to yield the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, House Bill 579, the yeas are 169, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Congratulations. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 993? 993.
House Bill 993 by Representative Powell, the 33rd, to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 3, Chapter 12 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to offenses related to minors generally, so as to provide for the offense of grooming a minor for indecent purposes. This bill having referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from up on the lake, Chairman Alan Powell, is recognized to present the bill. Chairman Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. And I bring to you this morning House Bill 993. And for years, people have always said I'm across the board on subject matter. A lot of the issues that I deal with legislatively are, quite frankly, products of the committee that I've chaired over the years, whether it be public safety or regulated industries or governmental affairs or whichever committee it might have been. But then there's also other issues that I get involved in. Most of the time, these are issues that I read about, hear about. And I want to tell you, that's what one of the genesis of this bill. Now, in 34 years, I didn't think that we had left any stone unturned when it came to dealing with predatory sexual behavior. And that would be dealing with minors, the children in this state. And it became obvious to me after some events that we have an issue, that we have these people who are sick, and I can't use any other word but sick. I can use it, but I won't use those words for them. But these are people who have a pattern of behavior that they groom young children. They might be coaches, they may be ministers, they may be the song leaders, they may be teachers, they may be the uncles or the steps, but they use this pattern of behavior. More so, it appears today that this behavior is being used by internet technology or social networking or cell phones or text and all of those things that have been a plague on most of our lives today. And that's what has happened. I have before you a bill today that deals with grooming of minors. And why does it mean so much that, you know, when I see and hear of stories of 11 and 12-year-old girls, and these people have started paying so much attention to them. And I'm talking about grooming, if you can imagine such a word. But it's like they're getting prepared for the future. And they start them at a young age. And they compliment them, and they buy them gifts, or they do all kind of things. And then all of a sudden, when that child gets to a certain age, they're still not of age of majority consent. But that's when certain actions happen. This is a disease, ladies and gentlemen, and at any point we need to put tools out there for law enforcement and prosecutors to deal with this type of behavior. I'm not an attorney. I've been quoted a lot of time as saying I may be one of the few members of the legislature who clearly tells people I'm not an attorney. But I do know some of the best legal minds to consult with. And I want to give fair credit to some of the folks that worked on this. First, I'll give credit to Judge Stan Gunner, Chairman Gunner. He and Chairman Smith, I went to these as chairing judiciary about this issue because I did not want to pass a piece of legislation that would stand a chance of being able to provoke somebody for being charged for nothing more than being nice. Then I went to some other people, the PAC, the Prosecuting Attorneys Council. And they worked with me on an earlier version of this bill. There would have been an add-on charge if somebody had been, strictly an add-on charge if they had been convicted. Well, we didn't move that bill last year because it just didn't feel right. But then we came back this year with the draft of what PAC had came forth to, and that's what's before you now. And it was assigned to Chairman Ballinger's committee. And I'll have to tell you, in 34 years, I've never been in front of juvie justice, but I will tell you what an enlightening experience it was for her committee. Bipartisan support, almost to the point of excitement, that some of them wanted to know why they had not been able to sign it. I said, well, I didn't think about it, quite frankly. And Chairman Ballinger's leadership on this issue, and again, PAC. Because one of the things I wanted to be absolutely certain about was that we did not pass anything that would have any constitutional questions that might give a perpetrator and their defense lawyer grounds to appeal. And that's the product that you see before you this morning. Very short, very succinct, to the point. But if you look, as the header says, this is offenses relating to minors for the offense of grooming of a minor. Definition section in 1 defines computers, electronic devices, the minor itself, sexual offenses, sexual servitude. And then we get into the guts of it. A person has to be over the age of 18 and no less than 48 months older than the alleged victim. There has to be a pattern of activity of knowing and intentionally performing such acts through these devices, electronic devices, third persons, or whatever. If possible, they'll be convicted of a felony. They also cannot do grooming either within or without the state. So if they're in the state and they're grooming across the state line, they could be found guilty, or if they're out of the state and grooming into the state. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a tool. It's certainly not a cure-all in the sick society that we live in today, but is a tool for law enforcement and prosecutors. I'm fortunate, or unfortunate, there are no female children in my family. I had sons. I have no sisters. I've got nieces. I've got godchildren that are female. And I've always been very, very fond of the females because all I had surrounded me in my life was a bunch of males. And they were always had enough power in them that they defended themselves. But when I see these acts that are created against these children, and then when they get a few years older, then they're engaging in sexual behavior with these predators to the point that it creates mental health issues, severe mental health issues, to the point that sometimes it creates a situation of suicide to these victims. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just another arrow in the quiver of stopping some of this behavior. Mr. Speaker, I'd be more than glad to answer any questions, and if there are none, I'll step aside and ask for your favorable consideration because I do think this is a very, very needed bill.
The gentleman has a couple of questions.
I'll be glad to stand for questions.
Representative Kendrick has a question to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that this bill went through several versions in juvenile justice to make sure that we got the language exactly right because it is a criminal part of the code and that we came to a decision about this to make sure that we can protect minors in the state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Gentleman yield for another question.
Yes, sir.
Representative Jasmine Clark to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that it is not just girls that can be groomed and enticed in this way, but boys as well can also find themselves in this situation?
You're absolutely right.
Thank you very much for
And
bringing
I would
this bill.
also tell you that this is a bill that is nonpartisan in nature. This type of behavior crosses racial, gender, partisan lines. It affects every individual in the state. And I certainly would urge your consideration and vote a positive yes. Mr.
You have
Speaker,
one more question. If you quoted someone, sir. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Representative, I
Yes,
think you
sir.
need to clarify some things
Yes,
with
sir.
you. Let's see. Representative Chairman Gunther is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that this is a multi-year process for you putting this bill together?
Yes, sir.
And is it also true that you listened to suggestions and took every one of those into account in
I
putting this bill
listen
together?
to the folks that I respect, the people who have outstanding judicial knowledge, and that would be people like you, Mr. Chairman, as well as the professionals like the Prosecuting Attorneys Council.
I want to thank you for bringing this bill.
And I want to thank you for your help and support. Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen, I want to step aside and I would ask you to do something that is just and something's right as we try to put another plug into this type of behavior.
The chairman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Chairman Tyler Paul Smith rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that this will close up a loophole to make sure that pure evil is helped to be eradicated in our state by not allowing those to prey on our youth?
I think this House is about to take action and do just that. For what purpose does Representative Bazemore rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this bill will also help to eradicate human trafficking?
I think the lady is knowledgeable about what she speaks, and I would definitely agree with her.
Thank you.
Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of House Bill 993, the yeas are 174, the nays are 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Congratulations, Chairman. Congratulations, House. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1170, 1170?
House Bill 1170 by Representative Hawkins, the 27th, be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2A, Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Department of Public Health so as to require that certain state government buildings, courthouses, and university buildings maintain and make accessible opioid antagonists. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public and Community Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from Gainesville, Representative Chairman Hawkins, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we're all aware of the opioid epidemic and now the induction of fentanyl into our society. This bill deals with opioid antagonists, which will be available in courthouses and government buildings. It says universities, there's a definition of universities in the bill, but they have been taken out after consultation with the Board of Regents for a few reasons. But the premise of this bill is to provide those antagonists in a government building next to an AED. So especially like in small towns where the courthouse is in the center of the town, you have coffee shops and shops around, people will know where that is and they can actually go to the courthouse, get it, and save someone's life. When you enter this building and go past the guard station on the left, there's an AED on the wall and one of these antagonist dispensers there. So if there are not any questions, Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I ask for your favorable support.
You have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of House Bill 1170, the yeas are 166, the nay is 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1199, 1199?
House Bill 1199 by Representative Perkle, 169th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 5625 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to maintenance of statistics on architectural and engineering firms doing business with the state and ineligibility of firms. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Perkle is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1199. Since 1970, our state auditor has conducted a monthly report from every department, every agency, every authority, every public corporation within the state on all architectural and engineering firms doing business with the state with a 36-month period. Probably since 1970, no one has read this report. This bill merely seeks to provide efficiencies in this data and collecting it annually rather than monthly and publishing as part of the Transparency in Government Act. It's my understanding the state auditor intends to make these statistics available online to provide additional transparency and maybe in the hope someone will read this. This comes as a recommendation of the Rural Development Council. Good limited government. I'd love to get your green support for this bill.
Gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1199. The yeas are 166, the nays are 0. This bill receiving the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1203, 1203.
House Bill 1203 by Representative Kelly of the 16th and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 3, Chapter 7, and Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to dispossessory proceedings so as to authorize landlords to use certain off-duty sheriffs, constables, or marshals. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Trey Kelly is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I come before you today with House Bill 1203, which is a bipartisan measure that passed unanimously out of the House Judiciary Committee. What House Bill 1203 aims to do is provide landlords an alternative method for service for writs of possession. If they choose to do so after a period of 14 days has passed and the original officer is unable to serve the writ of possession, it gives them the opportunity at their own expense to hire a sheriff, constable, or marshal, an off-duty sheriff, marshal, or constable from that jurisdiction to deliver that writ of possession. Mr. Speaker, fairly simple bill, but I'll be glad to answer any questions should there be any.
Gentleman has a couple of questions.
I'll be glad to yield.
Representative Silcox, to your right in the back, has a question. Representative Silcox recognized for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
To my friend, of course.
Representative Kelly, I thank you for bringing this bill. Isn't it true that in Fulton County alone, there are over 3,200 writs of possession outstanding for eviction?
The gentlelady is correct, and what we heard is that there's just a labor shortage and not enough officers that are able to serve those, and this will provide an alternate method for us to enlist some of the other agencies in Fulton County to assist with that.
Will you further yield?
I will.
Isn't it also true that this will allow these off-duty policemen in the same jurisdiction to make additional monies on top of their salaries and speed up the process as well?
Absolutely. I think it's a bill that works for the landlord and for our law enforcement officers. And I think while we celebrate Law Enforcement Day today, it's a great time to pass this legislation. I appreciate all your help on it.
I thank you for the bill.
Thank you.
Down the center aisle, Chairman Collins is recognized for a question.
Does my friend from Cedartown yield?
Yes, sir. I'll be glad to yield.
Is it not true that an overwhelming majority of police departments, sheriff's offices, if they have an officer or a deputy that's going to have a part-time job away from their full-time job, that they have to get permission from that jurisdiction through the chief of police or through the sheriff's office, and that's just a good way that we can put guardrails on some of this oversight here?
The gentleman knows of what he speaks. And what we do in this legislation is also they'll have to get clearance from their agency they work for, but they'll also still have to provide a list to the agency that's originally responsible for delivering as well.
Gentleman has a couple more if you'll take them.
I'll take them, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Reeves has a question to your right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
I'll be glad to yield.
Is it not true that this bill will help clear out backlogs that were created in COVID and that remain today and that are hurting landlords?
It will. It'll provide more housing opportunities across our communities. Thank you for the question.
Chairman Carpenter to your right in the back has a question. Chairman Carpenter.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that this bill will be a first step for affordable housing in the state of Georgia, as it currently states 13 months for people to get evicted? The people that are paying more to cover the cost of people that aren't paying.
I couldn't agree more with that sentiment. I appreciate the question.
Appreciate the legislation.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I know we've answered a few questions, and there's a few other speakers signed up to speak for the measure. So at this time, I'll ask for the body's favorable consideration, and I'll yield the well.
Gentlemen, has yielded the well. We do have a couple of speakers signed up. Representative Shay Roberts is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, colleagues. I am one of the co-sponsors of HB 1203 and very happy to support it. Just to give you all an example, my law firm represents several commercial shopping centers owners, and often our clients are waiting months and months after the judge has issued the writ. But because there was a huge backlog after COVID, we're just struggling to get these served, and meanwhile the property owners are still paying mortgages and expenses and not able to re-rent the property. It's extremely expensive, and this bill gives sheriffs an extra way to make a little extra money and relieve the financial burden on the property owners. I appreciate my friend Rep. Kelly for carrying this bill and ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Representative Yasmin Neal is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you to the Speaker. I rise in favor of House Bill 1203. I know my colleagues have echoed some sentiments. I actually thought about just waving, but I wanted to just let the body know about my support. It's a great opportunity for law enforcement to help the courts, and also an opportunity for a much needed opportunity to supplement their incomes while helping the courts, especially for those areas, such as our rural areas in Georgia, where our officers are paid lower than other areas across the state. I also know my judges in Clayton County are excited about this bill because we desperately need help in this area. So join us in supporting House Bill 1203. Thank you.
The lady has yielded the well. She had a question, but she's yielded the well. Do you want to take a question? She's yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1203. The yeas are 168, the nay is 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 986, 986?
House Bill 986 by Representative Thomas, the 21st and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elections and primaries generally, so as to establish the criminal offense of election interference with a deep fake and solicitation of such. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Brad Thomas is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to present House Bill 986, LC number 560131S. The first part of this bill creates two crimes of fraudulent election interference, and I want to put emphasis on the fact that it says fraudulent. There's many different types of protected free speech. We want to protect good political free speech, but fraud is not protected free speech, and that's what this bill is going after. It does so by publishing, broadcasting, streaming, or uploading materially deceptive media with, most importantly, with the knowledge of its falsity. And within 90 days of an election, it defines materially deceptive media as a video file, audio recording, audio file, still image, or still image file that appears to depict a real individual's speech or conduct that did not occur in reality. And in addition, it would have to appear to a reasonable person to be authentic. Secondly, it prescribes a person to be someone within campaigns, political parties, PACs, or political committees. So it's very prescribed. 98.5% of Georgians do not fall under these categories. Secondly, it creates the crime of solicitation of election interference by a person just for encouraging an individual to commit the offense. It also adds transparency requirements by creating requirements to disclose if content is AI generated. I think it's worth noting that we have put significant protections in this bill to ensure that the judicial branch understands the will of the General Assembly and its dedication to the First Amendment. Lines 55 through 57 clearly state nothing in this code section nothing in this code section applying to activities protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, including, but not limited to, satire, parody or memes, works of artistic expression, or works of journalism. And anybody that tells you otherwise is just flat out lying to you. This bill has significant safeguards against lawfare and has transparency requirements. It requires an investigation be conducted by the Board of Elections. And in line 94 through 95, it has a transparency requirement requiring that the findings of any completed investigation be made public. Additionally, it decentralizes this by bringing in the Attorney General's office for concurrent jurisdiction. This way we make sure that we have a checks and balances between the State Board of Elections and the Attorney General's office. That's the basic outline of what the bill does, Mr. Speaker, and that I'd be happy to take questions. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman has a couple of questions. To your left, Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
I'm very curious, why did you all decide to do it within 90 days? So a person could make a deep fake 4 months out from the election day, and it would be completely legal, but 3 months out, it is now illegal.
That's a very good question, and thank you for asking it. The thing is we have to tightly prescribe this bill to an election. And by giving it a set date from an election, it makes sure that we're saying we do not want election interference in our elections in the state of Georgia. Could we extend it for a longer period of time? Maybe, but right now there's just there's no case law. There's nothing to support going forward. So we felt like we wrote this as tight as we could to make sure that it would stand the scrutiny of the First Amendment tests.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
Are you open to extending the time period? Because I think that most of us in this room that have to campaign know that campaigns start well before 90 days before the election. And I would be concerned that limiting or allowing this to happen 180 days before the election, so basically 6 months before, the damage would still be done. And so I think a campaign season, I think we could probably come up with a different number. Are you open to that?
I mean, I would be. I'd like to get some guidance from the judicial branch and some case law to say, what are our guardrails. Right now, we just had to make sure we kept it as tightly prescripted as possible, because if it does stand a First Amendment challenge, we want to be able to come back and we want the judicial system to say this is within the bounds, and that was the goal of the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Ridley, to your right, has a question in the back. Representative Ridley, Jordan Ridley is recognized for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Could this bill be weaponized against a campaign volunteer?
So that's an excellent question. Thank you for asking. The thing is that we have to talk about the crime. What is the crime? The crime here is to publish, broadcast, stream, or upload materially deceptive media with the knowledge of its falsity. That's the crime. So a campaign volunteer knocking doors in no way is any way going to be affected by this bill.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Yasmin Neal, to your left, extreme kind of behind you over here, is recognized for a question. Representative Neal.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Is it not true? Well, I think the question I'm trying to ask is, does this bill address the physical flyers, tangible media that you would get, like in your mailers or what have you, or is this only for visual, online media? And the second part of the question, so if someone tells lies about a person or a candidate, via text on social media, what have you, does this cover that at all?
Yes, it does. It's materially deceptive media, but it has to meet two criteria, and I go back to this again. It has to depict a real individual's speech or conduct that did not occur in reality, and it would have to appear to a reasonable observer to be authentic.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
I'm looking at lines 32 through 34, and I'm finding that I don't see where it clarifies that materially deceptive media actually covers those things. It looks like it's only physical, digital.
Well, you would use an audio or still image in your case that you're talking about, which is on line 34.
Still image, still physical, tangible image.
Yes,
that
a still
counts
image
for
that would never
mailers.
occurred in reality.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Werkheiser, to your left, is recognized for a question. If the gentleman will take a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
There's been a lot of questions and debate about the infringing on our First Amendment. Is it not true that there was a lot of attorneys, not just locally, but from all over the country, that their entire living is based on defending the First Amendment and that they support this bill?
I mean, I can't speak for every attorney, but I can tell you that it has been thoroughly vetted by several attorneys across the country, and many are First Amendment rights attorneys.
Thank you.
Gentleman has a couple more if you'll take them.
Yeah, I'll take one or two more, Mr. Speaker.
Whip Park is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Excuse me. Is it not true that there was a lot of, that this bill was vetted multiple times in committee, and I've asked questions to potentially expand the scope of this bill, but to ensure that it addresses concerns across the spectrum, it's been narrowly tailored?
That is true, and to your point, We've had hours and hours of debate. We've made everything available for public input, and that's gotten us where we are today. Thank you for the question.
Will the gentleman yield for one more question?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that the dangers and threats of deep fakes with the advancements of AI and AGI are very real threats that should concern all folks regardless of political partisanship?
Yes, I would agree with you again. This is a real problem and a real concern for the upcoming election cycle, and we in Georgia are leading by doing this. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Chairman Leverett, to your right in front of you, is recognized for a question.
The gentleman yield.
I do.
Is it not true that false statements are not protected by the First Amendment?
That is true.
Is it also not, if you further yield?
I do.
Is it also not true that fraud is not protected by the First Amendment, and that we have numerous criminal statutes and civil statutes that give claims for fraudulent activity?
That is true.
Thank you.
Gentleman yield for another question.
I'll yield for one more, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Holcomb is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, I do.
And just to make sure that I understand it, the key part of the criminal component seems to be lines 33 to 37, and specifically that an individual is pretending to be somebody else and pretending to then make statements on behalf of that person, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So then help me understand on the page 6, lines 122, it says, notwithstanding the prohibitions in 21-2605, which are where we criminalize it, it seems that you can do it as long as you then have a disclosure that those events may not be real. Is that right?
It does put a transparency component into this because, again, if there's questions on the material, whether it's legitimate or not, this would, again, preempt that and say, okay, well, we know that this is generative AI that's been used to create these images. And I think even more importantly, it says that the events depicted may not have actually occurred. And I think what we're looking for is an informed voter. And these prescriptions allow to inform the voter. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well and ask for everyone's favorable consideration.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Okay, we're in its wisdom, the Rules Committee this morning enacted House Rule 33.3 to debate on this issue, to limit it to 1 hour. We have 30 minutes for those in favor, 30 minutes for those opposed, and 20 minutes for the chair's time. At this time, I'll recognize Representative Charlize Byrd to speak in opposition to the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, House members, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I stand where many eloquent orators have put great ideas into powerful words, and humble to simply be allowed to stand where they once stood, much less added my words to theirs. I rise to speak in opposition of HB 986. The question before this body today is liberty versus security. It is much the same as the decision made in 1918 by Congress of the United States of America to pass the Sedition Act of 1918, which subsequently used by Woodrow Wilson to prosecute anyone who dare speak against him. This decision is like made by Congress to pass the Sedition Act of 1798, so the federal government could prosecute anyone who dare criticize the president or his party. Even more recently, the United States of America Patriot Act of 2001 used to violate the constitutional right to privacy under a veil of secrecy. In all of these instances, security won, but at what cost? Even in the process of providing security, you abolish liberty. What are we even protecting at that point? Mr. Speaker, as someone who votes red a lot, I think I will be voting red harder on this one. This bill is an affront on our First Amendment rights. They say HB 986 has improved. However, this is not preserving our liberties. We are gathered at a crossroads, faced with a bill that, while polished to a deceptive shine, threatens to erode the bedrock of freedom. This bill aims to criminalize the creation and distribution of what they call deceptive digital content in the run-up to an election. I understand that parameters were established, but with all due respect, it is not good enough. I will share a small portion of a story from Tucker Carlson dated November the 9th, 2023. Quote, if someone told you 10 years ago that you could be indicted by the federal government and go to prison for 10 years for making fun of Hillary Clinton on social media, you would have never believed it. It is a free country. We have free speech. But it turns out not only is that possible, it is likely to become much more common because the actual war is on information. One of the first casualties is a man named Doug Mackey from Vermont, who during the 2016 election made fun of Hillary Clinton on Twitter using memes and jokes. 10 FBI agents and local police descended upon his home to arrest him. I am still trying to get my head around that entire story. Requiring a referral from the state elections board does not diminish the concerns. It simply brings us back to 1798, allowing whichever political party is in power to push for the prosecution of their foes while holding no personal accountability, much like the Sedition Act of 1798, used to target critics of the president and his party while not daring to do the same to the critics of the other side. The idea that a body appointed by politicians cannot be politicized is naive. Certainly, my friends across the aisle should be concerned about how this could be used against them and their supporters. I implore my colleagues in the majority to see this. Anything to benefit us while in power can be used against us in the future. Narrowing the scope of the individuals eligible to be prosecuted under this bill is inadequate for protecting freedom. It does not apply to everyone. The scope is not even limited to the staff of a campaign. Anyone affiliated with a political party, political body, candidate, campaign committee, political action committee, or any other political committee would be eligible for prosecution. Those affiliated with a political party or political body are a very broad and large group of people. A party activist could absolutely be prosecuted for going a little too far and a little too hard on Facebook with memes. This is a dangerous law to have on the books. I do not address you today to cast doubt on the intent of my colleagues. We do often talk in this esteemed chamber about unintended consequences. Every year, we have many bills designed to simply correct unintended consequences of bills passed the prior year. Again, the First Amendment is the bedrock of this country. I implore you to have the same courage that fueled our founding fathers into signing their own death warrant, the Declaration of Independence, in the face of tyranny, because they knew the freedom demands bold action. I urge you to vote no against HB 986. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. She had a question, but she's yielded the well. That concludes our speakers opposed to the bill. Now we'll move on to the chair's time. Chairman Todd Jones is recognized to speak to the bill for up to 20 minutes.
I've been asked to limit my, well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been asked to limit my remarks below 30 minutes, so time me to 29 if you don't mind. I think, first and foremost, when I first took office, one of the things that I talked a lot about was constituent services and great policy. Great policy assumes one very critical thing that I believe our founders thought through every day, and that was the idea of intelligent banter. That was the idea of good ideas against other good ideas to create great ideas. It was not about basically the misinformation campaign that could possibly go on in the day of the internet. Or our forefathers assumed a town square. Our forefathers assumed the idea of meeting in Constitutional Hall. I'm not suggesting that they couldn't see the future, but they probably could not see a future where instantaneously, within 5 seconds, a rash of misinformation could go across our entire state. Many of you have received information over the last 24 hours that, frankly, I'm saddened by. Those individuals claim to want to be part of a process that gives us great policy in our state. They claim to be the ones that they don't want us to have unintentional consequences, as the previous speaker spoke to, but I wonder if that's truly the case. Because as I review what has been sent out conveniently misses the definition section. A little hard to look at a bill and look at the contents of that bill without first understanding what the definitions are. A lay person reading the bill without access to the definition of person wouldn't truly understand what person is as it relates to 986. The former speaker spoke to the ideas that, quote, everyone could be trapped within the definition of person. I respectfully disagree. A person is clearly someone who is an employee of, a contractor of, or similarly situated. Similarly situated, an employee and contractor cannot be confused. That is not a volunteer. That is not someone who walks. That is not someone who basically knocks on doors, but that is someone who is similarly situated. And in addition to that, we also have the requirement that they are part of a formal campaign, they are part of a PAC, part of a committee, etc. Further, the previous speaker spoke to the idea of the Vermont case and the meme. I can assure you, this bill does not catch that person in any type of trap, because I would ask you to look at the definition of materially deceptive media. That definition alone that you will find in the bill on lines 33 through 34 make it very clear that you must, first and foremost, it must appear to be the real individual's speech or conduct. I want to say that one more time. Depict the real individual's speech or conduct and reasonable to the observer. That is a critical distinction between a meme and basically a video that purports. In Turkey, we saw in an election last year where generative AI was used to depict an individual soliciting a prostitute. That individual did no such thing. It was shown to show an individual smoking an illegal substance. That individual did no such thing. It used to be that the lies that went through the political process that unfortunately are protected, unfortunately sometimes by the First Amendment, were two-dimensional. They would show up on a TV screen, they would show up on a mailer. But now we're talking about three-dimensional in terms of video, in terms of audio. The idea that you can depict the current president's voice and do a robocall and let literally people believe that the election has been moved from Tuesday to Wednesday, decreasing turnout. This body has talked about liberty. It has talked about freedom, but it has also talked about election integrity 100 times in the last 3 years. How can we have election integrity without knowing what the candidates are saying and what they're truthfully saying, what they truthfully believe in? I know no person in this body who does not believe in freedom and liberty, but I do know this. There are operatives in this state who would prefer to use generative AI and deceptive media to be able to take over the integrity of our elections. It's not enough that we go through how the ballots will be done, how the counting will be done, how the audits will be done, but rather leading up to that election, that individual going into the voter box must know what you believe in. And that can't be done if someone is deceptively using your name, your image, your likeness. Not possible. So I ask you this. We've spoken the entire morning about the first part of this bill. I'm going to flip very quickly to the second part of this bill because for some reason, those that have permeated this misinformation failed to talk about the second part of this bill. The second part of this bill is critical. It's critical for us as a body, and it's critical for us as a republic, and to be the bedrock of this democracy, and that's this. No one is saying you can't use generative AI, and I'm going to tell you something, I'm probably going to use it in my campaign this year. What the second part talks to, though, is you must disclose it. What's wrong with that? Hi, I'm Todd Jones, and I approve the use of generative AI in this particular ad, in this particular video, in this particular audio. Don't we want truth in advertising? This is not a difference between freedom and liberty. Absolutely not. This is a difference between ensuring that we have election integrity, ensuring that the falsities that people are peddling over the last 24 hours do not win the day within this chamber. I respectfully ask this body for its favorable consideration of HB 986. And Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. That completes our discussion on House Bill 986. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Chair Lady Camp rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that on February 16th this year, 20 tech companies, including Adobe, Amazon, Google, Meta, OpenAI, Microsoft, TikTok, and more, signed a voluntary pledge to help prevent deceptive AI from disrupting the voting in the 2024 election?
I know the lady knows her facts, and she keeps them straight, so I believe that to be true. For what purpose does Representative Jasmine Clark rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that while I understand and support the intent of this bill, I really do have problems with it only being within 90 days because things live on the internet much longer than that?
I know the lady stated that concern. If it passes this House, as it appears it may, she can have those concerns heard over in the Senate. For what purposes Representative Kennard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I share this concern, but don't we have sufficient slander and libel laws on the books now for this offense? Is it not sufficient?
I'm sure the gentleman probably believes that is, if that's his reading, his understanding.
Okay.
For what purpose does Chair Lady Darlene Taylor rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that no one has the right to use an image of me or my voice and to put words in my mouth that I did not say using AI and misrepresent what my thoughts are? That's why I'm voting for this bill.
I'm sure the lady believes just what she stated. For what purposes Representative Lisa Campbell rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I also support truth in advertising, fairness and security in elections, but this bill limits our ability to manage that through its 90-day window, and also in lines 123 through 127, basically gives cover to using AI deceptively as long as there is a disclosure?
I heard about the disclosure. I didn't hear about the deceptive piece. For what purpose does Chair Lady Houston rise?
Is it not true that
Is this an inquiry?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that I'm trying to get my head around why it is a liberty to ruin somebody's life and fix an election?
That's a good question, Chair Lady. And it seems it's the way of the world these days. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of House Bill 986, the yeas are 148, the nays are 22. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Resolution 918.
House Resolution 918 by Representative Mathis, the 149th, a resolution designating the Golden Isle Greenway as an official corridor in Georgia. This resolution having been referred to the Committee on Transportation, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Representative Mathis, you ready to go? Representative Mathis is recognized to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring to you House Resolution 918. It's to have an official corridor, the Golden Isle Greenway. What we're trying to do is to generate tourism, economic growth, to set ourselves up for federal and state funds to get a section of this greenway from Twiggs County, Blackett County, Dodge County, and parts of Bibb. We think it will help us in those areas of economic and tourism. There's only a small section of this corridor that we're wanting to do that needs to be 4-lane. It's from exit 6 to Highway 96, which is about a 20-mile stretch. If we could get that done, it would open up from all the way from Macon at exit 6 all the way to Brunswick, the Golden Isle Parkway. We do think this would be a great exit. It will take off some of the traffic off 16, and it will also take some of the traffic off 75. And we think this is the shortest and most beautiful way down to our Golden Isle coast with the Middle Georgia ride that you'll have for this. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll ask for favorable consideration, and if there are no questions, I'll yield the way.
You have one question that I will allow on this bill because you've just presented a bill that could be very impactful. Chair Lady Lynn Smith is recognized for a question. If you will accept the question.
I will be honored to accept it.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I thank you for this initiative as one who drives this route all the time, and I'd like to be able to get off that road every now and then and have a pleasant drive. So thank you for what you're doing.
Well, I thank you, and it's so wonderful on this part that all the bridges from this 20-mile stretch are already fixed for 4 lanes, so it'll be ready to go. All we'd have to do is just get it fixed through that 4 lane. We'll have all the way to the coast. Thank you very much. No more questions. I yield the well.
Gentlemen, has yielded well. Good luck. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Chairman Collins rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
As a member of the Undertaker Caucus, is it not true that this also will serve as a testament to our senior member in his golden years?
Well, you covered a lot of ground there on that one, but I'm sure the gentleman knows what he speaks and believes it too. No. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of House Resolution 918. The yeas are 168. The nays are 0. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Members, if you will join with me in welcoming a former member of this House, former member Representative Ralph Long. Ralph, it's good to see you, man. Representative Ralph Long. Good to have you back. Your reputation's intact. Be careful who you talk to back down there. Be that part. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1207.
House Bill 1207 by Representative Fleming of the 114th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elections and primaries generally, so as to provide for proofing of ballots by local superintendents in certain races. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Tim Fleming is recognized, our only Fleming now, to
Yes, sir.
speak to the bill, present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, I bring to you House Bill 1207. It's an elections bill, and what it simply does is it allows a 24-hour time period for ballot proofing by candidates. So if you're on the ballot, a candidate will be able to proof their sample ballot with their race to check for spelling, make sure their district number is correct. If they're incumbent, it needs to be on there. How that process would work after candidate qualifying is over, the Secretary of State's office builds the ballots, and then once they finish their process of ballot building and proofing, they send it to each county's election superintendent. They then go through their process of checking the ballots for races in their community. Once that process is finished at the county level, there would be a 24-hour period where the sample ballots would be mailed to the candidates, and if you choose to as a candidate, you can proof your ballot to make sure all your information that you put on your qualifying forms is correctly put on the ballot before the ballots are printed, so there won't be any issues. If a candidate finds an issue on the ballot with their race and their name, then they work it out with the local election superintendent to get that corrected. If a candidate chooses not to review it, they do not have to do it. But it would be a 24-hour time period that the Secretary of State's office would set after qualifying, and all candidates would be notified ahead of time when that 24-hour time period would be, and then the ballots would be emailed to the candidates on that ballot. That's what the bill does, Mr. Speaker. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take a few.
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Chairman LaHood, to your right, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that once a ballot's printed, it becomes extraordinarily expensive and sometimes impossible to make a correction?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks for the bill.
Yes, sir.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for your favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1207. The yeas are 168, the nays are 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption? I'm sure that applause is well needed and well received. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption of House Bill 843? 843.
House Bill 843 by Representative Stevens and the 164th and others to be titled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 3 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to regulation of alcoholic beverages generally, so as to provide for Sunday sales of alcoholic beverages for consumption on the premises in locally designated special entertainment districts. This bill having referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman from the coast, Chairman Ron Stevens, is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring you House Bill 843 today. This bill strictly and totally only applies to those areas, the state designated special entertainment districts, as it relates to alcohol. Georgia alcohol sales vary across the state by jurisdiction, and that's exactly what we want is local control. But state law sets the earliest and latest sales times for each day of the week. Generally, Sunday sales of alcohol is allowed by local governments for Sunday sales of service in bars and restaurants beginning at 11 a.m. on Sunday, no later than 11:30 p.m. There is exceptions to the state law. Currently, the exceptions are the stadiums, coliseums, auditoriums, and these special entertainment districts. There are two in the state of Georgia. One is River Street in Savannah, Georgia, and the other is Underground Atlanta here, which has had its problems over the years. This legislation pertains only to the special service districts that are defined in the code and set up many years ago. Underground Atlanta, of course, qualifies under Georgia law, was designated as a special entertainment district. This legislation simply allows Underground Atlanta to continue to qualify as a special entertainment district. The meat of the language, Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen, it is on line 14, which allows the special entertainment district to qualify as a project which receives or has received whole or in part public funds. That's all it does. It'll allow the Underground Atlanta, once there's an economic development, massive economic development investment there, to continue to be a special entertainment district. I'll answer any questions if there are any, and if not, I'll yield the well.
Gentleman has a question. Chairman Tarvin, to your right in the back, has a question. Chairman Tarvin.
Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Does this bill in any way interfere with local control and would force any local county or city to allow this without their permission?
That's a very good question. It does not.
Thank you, sir.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask for your favorable consideration, and I'll yield the well.
The chairman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 843. The yeas are 151, the nays are 13. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Well, I know it's been on y'all's mind this morning if the Senate was going to come in and go to work, and I think they finally did. So that's a good thing, yes. It's worthy of applause. Chairman Hatchett is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House disagree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 915.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 915 by Representative Burns, the 159th Jones, the 47th abstration of the 104th, and others to be entitled an act to amend an act making and providing appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, and ending June 30th, 2024, known as the General Appropriations Act.
Chairman Hatchett, I thought you had a perfect bill when you sent it over there. Was it not? Chairman Hatchett is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Y'all, this is just the amended budget. The Senate and we have disagreement, so this starts the process, and the next time it'll start the process so we can start working and come to a resolution.
On the gentleman's motion that the House disagree to the Senate substitute, is there objection? Hearing none, the House has disagreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 915. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1049?
House Bill 1049 by Representative Williamson of the 112th to be an act to amend Chapter 52 of Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating assumption reassurance agreements so as to enact the Insurance Business Transfer Act. This bill having referred to the Committee on Insurance. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Bruce Williamson is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, I rise before you today to present House Bill 1049 by committee substitute LC 520447S. Quite simply, the title of this is Insurance Business Transfer Act. It simply provides a model for the state of Georgia for Georgia domiciled insurance companies to purchase or sell books of business. It's got sufficient guardrails around it with the insurance commissioner's office and a further court review. At any point in time, anybody can object to it. All policyholders are notified, and what it'll do is, again, it allows insurance companies, if they might be overly concentrated in one line of risk, they can rebalance, and works for the reinsurance market as well. So it should provide even a more attractive place for insurance companies to domicile here to allow them to enter into this marketplace. I'd be happy to answer any questions here. None. This is model legislation for the National Council of Insurance Commissioners. It's been vetted by the Insurance Commissioner's Office, our insolvency pool. There was no objections to the bill, and it came out unanimously out of Chairman Lumsden's Insurance Committee. Again, I'll be happy to answer any questions. If not, I'll ask for your favorable consideration.
There's a question from your cousin from the coast, Representative Al Williams, if you would yield for a question.
Will the gentleman yield?
Happy to.
Is it not true that while I like the intent, that in the very recent past, a major insurer of church policies pulled out of Georgia because of experiences in Florida? Doesn't sound too good. It might be legal, but it had a terrible stink to it. Is that not true?
I'm not familiar with that situation, but there's a lot of reasons insurance carriers might want to leave the state of Georgia. But this allows more flexibility for insurance companies to, in fact, rebalance their books of risk with all these guardrails around it. And it might be more likely that insurance companies could stay in the state of Georgia. If they get overly concentrated in one risk area, I hate to use it analogous to laying off bets or whatever. I'm not a bettor, but it allows them to better manage the risks where one event or one type series of events doesn't take them down. Again, it comes with all the proper financial oversight.
Will the gentleman further yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true, finally, that while I agree with the concept, I just would hope that we'd keep in mind that this particular company does only churches, which probably have the lowest rate of losses of any category? Is it not so that I'm concerned about other folk because of losses in other states pulling out of our market? Other than that, is it not true that I'm supportive of the bill?
Well, thank you so much, Representative Williams. I appreciate your support. If there are no more questions, Mr.
You
Speaker,
have another question. I just want to say thank you, Representative Williams, for making that point. That is a big concern. Hopefully, this legislation will help address that. The gentleman will yield. Representative Kelly, to your left, has a question.
Yes, sir, to my friend. Happy to yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Happy to.
Isn't it true that the process that you've outlined in this legislation will make sure that all affected parties will have an opportunity to have their voice heard and make any objections and have those considered throughout the process? And that includes policyholders as well as both sides of the transaction.
That's true. I thought I mentioned that in my remarks, but that's exactly correct. It's just another pathway. If the insurance commissioner's office approves, both the buying and seller insurance companies can walk at any time, and the court does have to validate it. So your answer is correct, and all policyholders are notified.
Thank you for the bill.
Mr. Chairman, will you indulge me for one more question? That'd be from Representative Jason Ridley to your right.
Yes, sir.
Your extreme right. Behind you almost.
That's appropriate.
My friend yield.
Yes.
Is this not true that this is just a risk management tool to diversify where you don't have so much stuff, so much risk in one place, and the banks have been doing it for years, and that's basically how you get your bond ratings or your AAA rating as far as a company?
That's correct. Basically, they're managing their balance sheets to protect any unwanted scenarios. And again, it's principally used by the reinsurance markets. So, great question, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the well.
You have no further questions. Thank you for taking those questions. Thank you, gentlemen, for the questions. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Edna Jackson rise? She waves. All members voted. If all members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1049. The yeas are 168. The nays are 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1073? 1073.
House Bill 1073 by Representative Washburn and others, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 3666 4 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to hearings on proposed zoning decisions notice of hearing, non-governmental initiated actions, reconsideration of defeated actions, and procedures on zoning. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
The gentleman from Bibb County, Representative Dale Washburn, is recognized to present the bill. Representative Washburn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I come to present House Bill 1073, which changes state law to repeal requirements for halfway houses, drug rehab centers, and other facilities. Changes the state law. It is important to note that local governments still have their control over these kinds of rezonings, and this does nothing to change local control or local ordinances. Ladies and gentlemen, in our quest to improve mental health in Georgia, this is a good bill, and I urge your favorable consideration of it. Mr. Speaker, I will yield for any questions.
Gentleman has no questions. He's yielded well. We do have a speaker. I'm pleased to recognize Representative Mary Margaret Oliver to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise very briefly to thank the sponsor of this bill and the chairman of the Public Health Committee for bringing this forward. Since this obstacle, a preemption obstacle to a specific kind of treatment facility, was enacted by this General Assembly in 1998, we've made enormous improvements in progress on providing different kind of treatment facilities for our local communities to help families in our local communities. In 1998, I don't know who in the body, happened to have been here then, recognized that this enactment in 1998 to point out one treatment facility as having a different statewide zoning application, whether that was violation of the federal law at that time, I believe it was, and we missed it. So we're coming back today to correct, I think, a little mistake we made, and to make our local zoning laws more equal, more fair, and more open to the reality about the variety of treatment facilities that are coming forward on behalf of our families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady has yielded well. Thank you for your insight and observations there, and thank you for your work on mental health for all Georgians. We appreciate what you've done and what you're doing. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 1073, the yeas are 161, the nays are 5. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1114-1114?
House Bill 1114 by Representative Wade of the 9th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to insurance so as to enact the Data Analysis for Tort Reform Act. This bill having referred to the Committee on Insurance, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
The governor's floor leader, Representative Will Wade, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I'm going to make this short and sweet. To someone that told me earlier that that wasn't possible, I'm here to prove you wrong. Anyway, House Bill 1114 allows the office and directs the Office of Insurance and Safety Fire Commission to collect and analyze anonymous data from insurers related to tort-related risks. A report is going to be required to be submitted to the governor, the House Committee on Insurance, and the Senate Insurance and Labor Committee by November 1st of 2024, and each year thereafter, and would be repealed on January 1st of 2030. And I'll be happy to answer any questions if needed.
You do have a question.
I'll take one question.
Whip Park, to your left in front of you, has a question. Whip Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Is it not true that the purpose or substance of this bill could essentially have been accomplished in a study committee as opposed to a bill drafted by the governor's legislative council?
I don't believe that it is actually true. I do think this will actually get a sense of urgency. We've got a lot of anecdotal and qualitative data that many of us have received from back home, and we've got insurance companies, businesses who have serious concerns. We want to be able to get in more real time through the Office of Insurance real data to be able to back up legislation so that we'll be ready to hit the ground running, and this will help facilitate that in a quicker manner.
Does the gentleman yield for one more question?
I'll yield for one more.
Are there any concerns about the effectiveness of the bill in achieving its stated goals of reducing frivolous tort litigation, especially given that there are factors beyond tort reform legislation that impact insurance premiums and other market dynamics?
I think there's always concerns for most of everything that we take up here, but this will direct an opportunity to bifurcate the costs that are associated with the pricing for actuarial companies to help guide that process, but to be able to separate what is the biggest impact that's coming directly from tort.
Thank you.
If there are no other
Do you have another question?
All right, I'll take
To
one more.
your right, close to your seat back there, Chairman Carpenter has a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
I appreciate you bringing this legislation. Obviously, as a person that loves and breathes small businesses, we already feel the effects and the need for tort reform. And I know there's some people in this room that need to see that analysis, but I can tell you firsthand that we need some relief. So thank you for bringing the bill.
Thank you, sir. All right, if there are no other questions.
You have Representative Lisa Campbell to your left has a question.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
Point of clarification. Within the bill, the data that will be shared, the aggregate data, not the personal data, it's my understanding in reading this bill that will only be shared with the commissioner, and that will not be made publicly transparent, won't be published other than his report. Is that true?
That is a good understanding of the intent. We want to ensure that we protect the trade secrets and the practices that are being used by different companies, because we do have a free market system. This will aggregate the data so that we don't put any one company under the microscope as to their common practice and how they price their risk and how they do those things.
Would the gentleman yield for a follow-on question?
Certainly.
Clarification.
Sure.
So in the report, all of the data will be shared. Is that accurate? Not the aggregated data. All of it will be shared, or just what the commissioner chooses to report on?
All of the data that is for the specific questions that are outlined in the legislation, all of that data will be shared with the insurance commissioner, and it would be shared with us in an aggregate format for analysis and review.
All of it?
All of it,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Gentleman has no further questions.
All right. I appreciate this body's favorable consideration. I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1114, 1114. The yeas are 132, the nays are 32. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes Representative Hatchett for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House insist and appoint a conference committee on House Bill 915.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 915 by Representative Burns, the 159, challenge the 47th illustration of the 104th and others to be entitled an act to amend an act making and providing appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2024, known as the General Appropriations Act.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House has insisted. The chair appoints our committee of conference. Let's see. We'll appoint the chairman of the committee, Chairman Hatchett of the 155th House District. We will appoint the Speaker Pro Tem, Representative Jan Jones of the 47th House District. And we'll appoint Representative Penny Houston of the 170th House District as a committee of conference on House Bill 915. Do you accept? Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 934? 934.
House Bill 934 by Representative Montana, the 17th, be entitled an act to amend Article 5 of Chapter 4, Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to self-service storage facilities so as to provide for enforcement of unsigned rental agreements under certain circumstances. This bill I refer to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Montahan is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. Today I present House Bill 934, a piece of business-friendly legislation designed to modernize and streamline the operation of self-storage facilities across the state of Georgia. The bill introduces some necessary updates to the way rental agreements are executed and managed and clarifies the procedures for termination of these agreements. And the biggest part of this is allowing these agreements to be signed and enforced electronically. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield for questions.
Gentleman has a question.
I will yield.
Representative Jason Ridley to your right, your extreme right, behind you almost, has a question.
Thank you,
Gentleman's
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Is this your first bill?
No, it's not, but it's good to be back.
Okay, just want to make sure.
We're glad you're back. You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent job. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. I thought you did a good job, but maybe not. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill not very principled vote there. On the passage of House Bill 934, the yeas are 161, the nays are 3. The bill, having narrowly received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. For what purposes Representative Becky Evans rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so that 2 bills can be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
We'll let you amend that motion for a bill. Then we'll
All right.
take another motion. We'll
All right.
need to do them in singularly. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Evans, the 89th to be entitled an act to amend subpart 1 of part 6 of article 6 chapter 2 title 20 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to certified professional personnel so as to establish standards for literacy coaches under the Professional Standards Commission.
On the lady's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Education. For what purposes Representative Becky Evans rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so that a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Evans, the 89th to be entitled an act to amend Article 3, Chapter 5 of Title 50 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to state purchasing so as to provide for the procurement of electric light-duty vehicles over those with internal combustion engines.
On the lady's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Governmental Affairs. Members, we have had a good day. Thank you for your attention and your participation. Now we have some afternoon orders, but I'm going to ask all members, every one of you, please take your seat and give the gentleman that will be in the well your full attention. All members. Chairman Jay Collins is recognized for an afternoon order. Chairman Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm a big country and western music fan, as my friend down here is as well. And you know, one of the earliest country music songs I can remember is by Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to hold 'em and know when to fold 'em. And the time has come for me to fold my cards and head back to Villa Rica, Georgia. I have enjoyed, and it's been the honor of a lifetime, serving in this House with each and every one of you. My journey in public service started back in 2003 when the people of Villa Rica, Georgia elected a young undertaker at the age of 26 to be mayor of that town. I thoroughly enjoyed the time that I spent there representing my friends and neighbors as mayor. I never thought that I would come to the Gold Dome to be able to serve my constituency. And I got to go back about 40 years before that, well, 35 years before that, I guess, when I took office. My granddad was a floor covering salesman for Sears, and he covered all of the Atlanta area. And when I was about 6 years old, he brought me to the state capitol. And of course, the legislature was not in. It was in the middle of the summertime. But I got to go to the governor's office. He had sold floor covering to the governor's admin. And she had told him, Mr. Busbin, you bring your grandson to the capitol anytime. So I got to go sit behind the governor's desk, acting like I was signing a piece of legislation, and she rolled out the red carpet for me. And I learned two things that day. You know, it's important how you treat people. It's important to be educated, but sometimes it's not what you know, but who you know. And my granddad always made a point to make sure and build relationships. And that day proved to be one of those relationships that was very, very beneficial to me and my family, because it really instilled in me that one day I may want to grow up to be in public service. You know, we walked around the Capitol and had a nice tour of the Capitol, and it was just one of those inspiring moments in my life that I never forgot. As I grew up, he was a city council member in Villa Rica during some very tumultuous times in the life of Villa Rica. One of those local government spats happened because Villa Rica was the first city to experience a de-annexation in this city. That helped shape my time as mayor, and has helped shape a lot of the way I vote down here under the Gold Dome, because there was a lot of unintended consequences of that de-annexation in Villa Rica. But he was the mayor during that time, and it was very contentious. You had two mayors that were trying to compete for being seated at a city council meeting. So that's kind of the backstory of my time as mayor, and what inspired me to go into public service, is kind of following in his footsteps. But in 2016, Governor Deal appointed our representative, Dusty Hightower, who many of you knew, and he had a great track record here under the Gold Dome. He was appointed to a Superior Court judgeship in the Coweta Judicial Circuit. So I stepped up and qualified to run, and I subsequently won this seat. And again, what an honor it's been to serve with all of you. A lot of things have changed since that first day in 2017 when I took office. My little JJ was 6 years old, and she's with me today. She'll be 13 in October, which is another one of those reasons why I feel like it's best that I go back home and stay there and look after things there in my home. You know, our situation is unique. There are a few people in this room that can identify to what I do each and every day. I know that my friend Lauren McDonald, being an undertaker, and Miss Patty also, and then my real good friend Danny Mathis. You know, our paths are so much alike. His family business and my family business are very parallel. We're just a small place and still stay actively engaged and involved in the business, and that's another reason why that it's just time. You know, I'm still actively involved in that, and you know, when someone calls my funeral home in the middle of the night to report a death, I roll over and answer that telephone. 9 times out of 10, I get up in the middle of the night and I go be with those families that have called me, because that's really my passion, is the profession that I serve in. And I don't want to take too long today, because I know everybody's probably ready to get out of here, but I do want to thank a few people. Probably one of the most important people that's been in my life down here at the Capitol. I don't want to get too emotional here, but I'm kind of an emotional person, because when I'm back home, I have to keep it, you know, straight because of what I do. And I want to thank my good friend Alan Powell for what he's done for me. A lot of doors that he helped open up, a lot of opportunity that he helped create for me here in this Capitol. Excuse me. Not just me, but there's so many other people that he has helped make their legislative career a success. AP, I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your friendship, and thank you for your mentorship. I want to thank Matt Hatchett. Matt Hatchett was the first person to call me when I got elected back in 2016, and he's been a friend and a loyal mentor to me. Always gave me good, solid advice. I want to thank Bruce Williamson. He was the second person that called me when I got elected. He has worked tirelessly for our caucus And I'm glad to see that you are our caucus chair now. And I appreciate all that you've done for this house and for the people of this house. You know, I had a lot of people that kind of helped me early on, and I want to thank Chairman Eddie Lumsden, my friend from Rome back there. He was always willing to help and give guidance and help make sure that I was on the right track. To be able to serve with real legends, living legends, like my friend Penny Houston, it's nice to be able to go out on top with you. And what a blessing it was when she was standing in this well a few days ago. I was able to have my little girl here with me, and she was able to hear your talk and your speech, and just to know what you did and what you have done for the women of this state and under this gold dome, and for her to be able to see someone that's had such an impact and will have an impact on her life as she grows up. What a blessing that was and is to me and my family. I want to also thank my friend Gerald Green, Dean Gerald Green. He was a chairman of one of my subcommittees over the last couple of years, and just to be able to draw from his institutional knowledge has been a blessing. I want to thank my friend Mac Jackson from across the aisle there, on the other side of the aisle from me. What a blessing you've been. You have come down to this gold dome and represented your people well, and also a man of God and a true friend to so many in this house. And I didn't want to be remiss if I didn't mention that to you. To my friend, Chairman Butch Parrish, he has always been a blessing to me, and he befriended me because of some relationships when I came down to the house, and he's always been willing to help me. And how good it is to have you as our rules chairman. Thank you for what you've done for me and what you do for this house each and every day. Serving as chairman of the Public Safety Committee and being able to draw on that institutional knowledge of former Chairman Powell, and being able to draw on that institutional knowledge of not just public safety but of state government has been an invaluable asset to me. And I want to thank my friend Colonel Bill Hitchens for what he's been able to do to help me and help us shape public policy in the Public Safety Committee. I also want to thank another group of people there. My seatmate over the last couple of years, Bill Yerta, a former mayor of a small town in Georgia. He and I have so much in common, and what a steadfast, smooth, even-handed disposition that he's had, and I've enjoyed sitting there with you, and also sitting in front of my good friend, Chairman Lynn Smith. She and I have enjoyed a lot of talks over the years, especially during some of those times in my life when I really needed some positive encouragement and needed someone to listen to me. You know, you hear that this place is a family, and I can tell you that going through some tough times in my life, there were many of you that listened and helped and encouraged me, and I just would be remiss if I didn't mention that Chair Lady Smith was one of those people. I also want to thank the doorkeepers. You know, they are the unsung heroes of this institution. Their job is invaluable. Their encouragement, their disposition, their caringness, most especially as someone like me who has constituents coming in and out, and to see their willingness to work with us and get folks in the ante room and to just make sure that our constituents are able to enjoy and experience this legislative process. I can't say enough about them. I want to give a big shout out to my legislative council contact in public safety, Ms. Jenna Doldy. What a great person she has been to work with me and work for members of the committee. I can't say enough good things about her and just the job that she does, and all of legislative council. You know, there are a lot of people that are like me who have a difficult time sometimes putting two coherent sentences together. When you need some expertise, it's nice to be able to go to lead council and get that. The folks back home, I just can't say enough about how humbled I am that they have allowed me in some capacity for the last 20 years to be a public servant to them. all that I have and all that I will be is because of that community of Villa-Rica. And I want to thank my wife, Holly. She is my rock. She is the person that supports me unwavering. She gives me the constructive criticism that I need, whether it's solicited or not. You know, she and I found each other, we like to joke and laugh and talk about, we found each other kind of in the fourth quarter of life, you know, and so I couldn't do my life without her. She is the person that I love and have so much respect. She's such a good person, and she makes me want to be a better person. And that's something that if you've never had that before, once you get that, you really appreciate that. And I love her, and I just can't say enough about her. Not only as a wife, but what she has done when we got married, the example that she has set for my little girl, and how she has loved her and been such a good, strong support system for her. And her family has just been a real blessing to me and JJ, and what a great woman she is. I love you, Holly. I want to also thank, you know, the rest of my family. My dad is still with us. My mom passed away in 1997 from colon cancer. She was an educator. So I want to take this time to make sure you know that if you have a history of colon cancer, you need to have a colonoscopy. I have had 5 of those in my life after my mom passed away, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say that. I was fortunate enough to have a praying mama, and I think that that's probably been the biggest blessing of my life, is that I had a mother that made sure that her son went to church, made sure he knew the Lord, and made sure that I grew up in a caring and loving environment. You know, when you get to be my age, you look back and you see not everybody has those kind of privileges. And I'm very thankful to have served in this body, where I know that each and every member wants to improve the quality of life for everyone throughout this state, regardless of what zip code you live in. And I don't know that a lot of legislative bodies you could stand up and do that, but I can say that, honestly, I really feel that way, that this House and these people that I've served with really care about all of Georgia and want to see us create those kind of opportunities. I want to thank the late Speaker Ralston for giving me the opportunity to be a chairman. When he called me that day, he said, I got a favor to ask from you. And I said, what's that, Mr. Speaker? He said, I want you to be chairman of public safety. And I said, Mr. Speaker, if that's where you think I could best serve you in the House, I'll be glad to. And I'll forever be indebted to him for that trust and confidence that he placed in me. I also want to thank Speaker Pro Tem Jan Jones. Always enjoyed our conversations in your office and your willingness to give me some good advice and sound criticism, if you will. I really appreciate you and what you've done to influence public policy here in our state, and for that glass ceiling that you've broken. You know, I never knew I was a feminist until I had a daughter. Okay, so that's very important for her to be here and to see that you know, that glass ceiling broken, and for her to know that she can grow up and be anything that she wants to be. And I tell her that. And her daddy's going to work hard to make sure that whatever she wants to be, that she'll have the resources to achieve the goals that she wants to achieve in life. And finally, I want to thank Speaker Burns for his leadership and his dedication and his willingness to devote the time and energy that it takes to be Speaker of the House. His energy and his tenacity and his willingness to want to, oh, here she is right now. His willingness to serve this state and to help move us forward. Speaker Burns, I just can't say enough about you and your disposition. You know, when Speaker Burns was elected, I was at one of the cafes, Jerry's Country Kitchen down in Carrollton, a place where we all like to gather and eat and solve the world's problems. And I had somebody ask me, well, what type of person is Speaker Burns? And I use this analogy, and I think you'll probably agree with me. Everybody's kind of got that favorite uncle that when you're around them, you know, you enjoy being with them. Somebody that if if you don't know them, that you want to get to know them more. And that's what I said about Speaker Burns. Speaker Burns is like that uncle that, you know, you get to see and be around, and he's just, I can't say enough to my folks at home about what a good man John Burns is, and the energy that he has to move the football forward for this state. To my delegation members, Tyler Paul Smith, you know, we had to kind of train Tyler Paul that when he hears that ambulance, he needs to stay seated and not run over to the window, you know. But, no. You know I'm just teasing. You know I love you. You know I love you. Tyler Paul Smith, and the newest member of the delegation, David Huddleston. You know, when I leaving, I tell people that I'm the weakest link in my delegation because I've got this guy over here. He's a brilliant legal mind, got a lot of walking around common sense. And then you got the new guy, David Huddleston, over there. He's retired Carroll EMC employee and a farmer, and just somebody that I know that over the years will make a huge difference in this house. So, fellas, it's been a privilege to be in the Carroll County delegation with you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote a poem that I learned when I was in the 7th grade. I had an educator who made us memorize a poem that stuck with me all of my life because it had a real profound impact. The Game of Life by Grantland Rice. You'll find the road is long and rough with soft spots far apart, where only those can make the grade who have the uphill heart. So when they stop you with a thud or jolt you with a crack, let courage call the signals as you keep on coming back. Keep coming back, and though the world may romp across your spine, let the game's end find you still upon the battle lines. For when that one great score comes to mark against your name, it's not that you won or lost, but how you played the game. Thank you for allowing me to play the game with you and be a part of the process. And to quote Bob Hope, thanks for the memories.
Now, I'm going to tell y'all the real reason he's going home. He has to take care of a teenager. Mr. Chairman, you're a special man. You're special to the people you serve back home in your chosen profession. And for all those reasons that you mentioned, that how you serve them. And you brought that heart here to this chamber, working with your colleagues, but serving your people back home. And I just can't tell you as a Georgian how much I appreciate your dedication to what's good about our state, because I think you exemplify that. And how you've loved JJ, and how you will continue to do that and be such a great role model for her in so many different ways. We appreciate your public service over these years, but very much more importantly, we appreciate you and wish you the best. Villa Rica's gain is to have you back full time, our loss. But thank you for the memories and for the hard work you did for the people of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to move on. We just have a little bit left. I know y'all want to greet the chairman, but we're going to move on through afternoon orders and let you greet the chairman. And we're going to have a time limit. We have a good many of us to get. I know you guys want to get on the road, so I want to ask you to Keep it as short as you can. We're going to start with Chairman Ron Stevens for an afternoon order. Representative Will Wade, you're next.
Mr. Speaker, I won't take but just a minute. I'm really proud of serving with Representative Collins when he comes here, but I just wanted to keep in mind we'll have a letter come Monday for your community pharmacies that continue to go out of business for you to sign for our congressman and our United States Senate to ask for some action, and I'll have that Monday morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Wade, you're recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I just wanted to share some exciting news. The Dawson County Junior ROTC will be recognized and presenting the colors at Atlanta Motor Speedway this Sunday for the race, and they are especially rooting for Chase Elliott, Dawson County's own. So just going to give them a shout out. I hope to get to see them before, and just good news for them to be recognized. Thank you very much.
Okay, Representatives Wilkerson, Hutchinson, Representative Derrick Jackson, Representative Mogul, Representative Wiedauer going to come talk to us about this thing right here. You guys are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 10 years ago, Atlanta was awarded a MLS soccer team, Atlanta United. So with FIFA coming, the World Cup coming, we are now starting, and you are welcome to join, the official soccer caucus of the Georgia General Assembly. So now I know a lot of y'all have kids that play. You might have played in high school. So we encourage you to join us as we approach the FIFA World Cup in 2026.
And as representation of all of the original season pass holders for Atlanta United, Becky Evans, David Wilkerson, and all of my colleagues, the opening game is this weekend. Whoop, whoop. My happy place starts this weekend, so go Atlanta United.
Thank you, Go ahead.
And also, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, just so you know, the National Training Soccer Headquarters is coming to Georgia, and it's in District 68.
It is that.
That's right.
That's a big deal. Thank you all for that.
And we yield the well, Mr.
Soccer caucus. Representative Martinez is recognized for an afternoon orders. Give the gentleman your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise here today during Black History Month to celebrate some distinguished black women that paved the way for a lot of folks. The first one is Alveda King, niece of Dr. Martin Luther King and a Georgia House representative. Mia Love, the first black Republican congresswoman out of Utah. And what an honor for Condoleezza Rice, which was a Southern lady born in Birmingham, Alabama. In 2000, she joined the Bush administration as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State, becoming the first black woman to hold that post. In 2010, she joined Stanford University School of Business, and in 2020, she's a director of Hoover Institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Representative Scott is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to recognize Ahmaud Arbery Day. And tomorrow, Ahmaud Arbery, we will have the walk and run on the Beltline. So if we could have a moment of silence for Ahmaud Arbery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we yield the well.
That completes our afternoon orders. For what purpose does Representative Reeves rise?
Mr. Speaker, permission to make a motion to suspend the rules so that a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Reeves and others to be entitled An Act to Amend Article 2, Chapter 4, Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia and Territory relating arrest by law enforcement officers generally.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Judiciary non-civil. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions?
Honoring the life and
Proceed, Mr. Clerk.
honoring the life and memory of Mary Frances Hill Watson. Commending Georgian farmers who produce sugarcane syrup. Recognizing and commending Dr. Shannon Buff. Recognizing and commending Tracy Tooks. Commending children in foster care, recognizing February 26, 2024 as Jack and Jill Day at the state capitol, recognizing March 14th as Black Midwives Day in the state of Georgia. Congratulating and commending Pamela E. Guy for receiving the 2024 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Service Leader Award. Congratulating and commending Monique Rivards for receiving the 2024 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Service Leader Award. Congratulating and commending Kimberly Haas for receiving the 2024 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Service Leader Award. Congratulating and commending Tori Strawler Tanks for receiving the 2024 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Service Leader Award. Recognizing and commending Jenny Wen. Recognizing and commending Eason Pham. Recognizing and commending Anil Silakni Mohammed and S&A Logistics, Laparan Shipping, Georgia. Recognizing and commending Dr. Stanley Okoro. Recognizing and commending the Nigeria-U.S. IT Network. Recognizing and commending Beauty Baldwin. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Chair hears none. The resolutions are adopted. We'll move on to announcements. Chairman Gunther is recognized for announcement. Chairman Stan Gunther. Chairman Gunther, the chairman of Judiciary, is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Judiciary will meet 30 minutes upon adjournment. So I'm giving you a half hour to get something to eat. We've got a pretty good calendar. Hopefully it'll go quick. Thank you.
Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized for an announcement. Take your time, Representative Clark. We'll let Dewey McLean go first. Representative McLean, take your time getting here. Representative McLean is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Working Family Caucus will be having lunch in room 310 at the CLOB, and today we are talking about tenants' rights, housing, and homelessness. So we're in 310 CLOB, and we have fried chicken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Now, Representative Jasmine Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus, on Tuesday, February 27th, we will be wearing our African attire. So for those of you who have to pack for next week, make sure to pack your African attire for next Tuesday, February 27th. You also should have received an email and a calendar invite for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bazemore is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Fulton County delegation, we are meeting at 4 p.m. in CAP 230. Please come and attend. Thank you.
Representative Anulowicz, recognized for an announcement.
Hi everyone, the Cobb County Legislative Delegation is taking a field trip tomorrow. That's why I wore my Miss Frizzle skirt. So pilot your magic school bus, if you're a Cobb delegation member, to the Cobb County Elections and Registration Office. We're going to meet the new Director of Elections and Registration in Cobb. We're going to tour their new facility. So be at 995 Roswell Street Northeast in Marietta at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'll see you there. And yes, there will be breakfast.
Thank you, Representative. Chairman Meeks, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Budget and Fiscal Affairs will meet at 3 o'clock, 506 CLOB. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Dubnik, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alcohol and Tobacco Subcommittee of Regulated Industries will meet right now in 515 CLOB. As always, cash prize for the first attendee.
5:15. Y'all stay here. I'll be over there first. I'll be the first one there. Chairman Mitchell, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Democratic Caucus will meet Monday at 8:45 a.m. The room is to be determined, but please be present at 8:45 on Monday. We have a special guest. Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Martin is recognized for an announcement.
Yes, sir. The Higher Education Committee will meet today at 3:41. As soon as we adjourn, we have 4 measures we need to move. I need a quorum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Blackman is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ways and Means will have a relatively quick meeting, hopefully today, right upon adjournment in room 406. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Irwin is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Subcommittee for Education on Policy will meet at 1:45 in room 506, and we expect a pretty short meeting there, and full committee will meet in that same room, 506 CLOB, right after the subcommittee meets. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Washburn is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Public Health Committee will meet at 1:45 in room 415 CLOB.
That concludes our announcements. We have a birthday today. Gentleman that travels a long ways from South Georgia to be with us, and I appreciate him. Representative David Sampson, happy birthday, David. Awesome, man. If you have a page, make sure you hang around. We'll take page photos in just a moment. The House Majority Leader, Leader Illustration, is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House stand in recess until 4 p.m. today, then stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Monday, February 26, 2024.
On the motion of Majority Leader Illustration that this House stands in recess until 4 p.m. today, at which time we will adjourn until Monday, February the 26th, 2024 at 10 a.m. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed will say no. It's fairly close today, but the ayes have it. We are in recess.